Alright, we're going to do one more test tonight. I'm going to try and not say or or play with my frickin' nose. I'm going to get that out of my system right now. There we go, okay. And I probably should have figured out a topic before I started that. You know what? Square. You know what? The teams concept. Let's go with that, okay? Teams. Once upon a time, you bought I shouldn't say that. You bought a game. You picked a game. You were interested in a game because the company that made it or produced it or whatever, that was how you determined whether or not it was good because you knew they made good games. You know, you see a Capcom game and you're like, heck yeah, or a Nintendo game or a Tecmo. No, not Tecmo. Who the heck made? Yeah. Whatever, you know. And the example here though is SquareSoft. SquareSoft specifically. I wonder how many people don't know there was a SquareSoft before there was less than good, also referred to as Squeenix, or Square Enix if you prefer. Square Enix, sorry, I've heard it pronounced. I know it's Square Enix. But it doesn't really work that way anymore. Not just with SquareSoft or with Square or with Square Enix or whatever, but that's the example I think because Square makes some really bad games now. And Square's pushed out some bad games, and even some of the games that have done by their core team are not exactly fantastic. And yet, there are some games that are done by some teams within the Square portfolio, I don't know what to call that, that are still good. You know, I'm going to point to the Kingdom Hearts series because those were good games.
I'm going to cut myself off here from the past. How many of you remember this video? I bet none of you do. This video went live on August 29th, 2011 at 9:50 p.m. I was sitting in my workstation area, working as a overnight Tier 2 tech. And this is the first video that was ever pushed out onto my YouTube channel. This actually is on YouTube. If you go all the way back, this is the first video on my YouTube channel. I'd like to take you through a bit of a story, if you don't mind. So, once upon a time, let's get the chat up here. I look a little different, don't I? It's been 5 years to the day, actually. What were you doing in August 29th, 2011? I was sitting a few days before this, like say about August 21st or so. Not sure of the exact date. And I was sitting there watching Top Gear with my friend Gary, with my best friend Gary. Hang on, why don't we get some real nostalgia nostalgia video going? There we go. And we were just watching Top Gear. If you're wondering, if you're even asking this, the original Top Gear, the good Top Gear, you know, the one with Clarkson in it. And so there we were watching it, and we started talking about how awesome it would be to have that job, to do all the cool stunts they do and to run around and just talk about something that we enthuse about and blah blah. And we started spitballing about it because we know a bit about cars. We know a decent amount about cars, but not really enough to be experts. And both Gary and I hold ourselves to, and I don't mean this to sound arrogant, but it's true, we hold ourselves to a standard of excellence, which means we're not willing to put in a crappy job. Here, let me get some good atmospheric music going here, shall we? Right about there, that should do it. So we were like, we need to figure out something that we could sit and talk about that would be something we could speak of authority with, something that we could look at and say, we actually know this, and we're enthusiastic about it enough, sufficient to do the kind of Top Gear thing that they do about cars, because they know cars pretty well, and they're very enthusiastic about it. That is ultimately the core drive of why I like the Top Gear show. It's not, the stunts are fun and all, but ultimately it's three guys who are friends who love cars, and it shows, you know? So we were thinking about how we'd get this across, and Gary came up with this great idea called What to Pay. I bet some of you remember that too. And so he set up a blog, and he was like, we're all going to hop on this blog, and we're all going to just sit here and talk about how much we feel a game is worth, an upcoming game, how much we think a game, in terms of pure monetary dollars worth, because he felt that was a better review metric than a 1 to 5, for example. And so he hit us up the blog. First thing I wrote about was a game that had very recently come out at that point in time that I had just played called Dragon Age 2. Some of you may remember this game. And so I was talking about Dragon Age 2, and it may or may not surprise you that the bulk of what I was talking about was basically the reception to Dragon Age 2 was so vitriolically negative, and I felt that was unwarranted. Well, I didn't feel it was like the best game ever, and it certainly, I did not feel at all that it measured up to the standards of the original Dragon Age. I still felt that people were being way too negative about Dragon Age 2, and I was talking about that, and I actually mentioned pendulum effect in that blog entry. Just to give you an idea of how long I've had some of these ideas and theories. Now, this stuff isn't really new to the show. It's stuff I've thought in my own real life for many years. And I did a few more entries, and one August 29th, I had gotten to work. Now, I had a laptop at work I had just recently purchased. And you're like, well, why did you purchase a laptop for work? So I could play video games on it. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, you had the best job ever. No, I hated my job, actually. But what I did have was a job with a lot of downtime. Anybody who's done any significant network work at all knows what it's like to just sit there and have to babysit a maintenance or an upgrade or record keeping or database storage or whatever, because we did a lot of data store as well at that company. So there was a lot of time where you just sit there and you're sitting like going, nothing to do, and nothing you really can do either. Your computer, your actual work computer, is eaten up by the process, and so you're just sitting there like, well, so I bought a laptop so I could do things like play WoW and whatnot at work. And I'm not ashamed of it. I always had one very simple rule, because again, that standard of excellence thing. The job came first. So if at any point in time I was in the middle of a game and someone came in or there was a phone call or an issue happened on our monitoring, the game went away and I immediately focused on the job. And my bosses knew this. I mean, I was not keeping it hidden from my boss. His name was Dave. I'll go and give that away. He was a pretty cool guy. I liked him. So I was like, Dave, I want to bring my laptop in and I want to play video games during my downtime. And he was like, done. He was a really cool guy. Because he understood. He understood what it was like to hurry up and wait, exactly. So, I was sitting there on my laptop, and the laptop I had purchased was actually an Alienware. There's a lot of reasons for that, but basically I wanted a laptop that was going to be capable of running, decent games on it. Fun factoid, though. At no point did I deliberately do this, but the laptop had a built-in webcam on it, which I didn't even know about until a few days prior. And I was like, oh. So there I am, August 29th, and I'm sitting there thinking, and I'm like, you know what? I could keep doing, the blog entries, but I could also just talk on the webcam. Now, I have to share this, because this is what you would call the critical moment. My decision to go ahead and start recording my stuff rather than writing. If I had just kept writing the blog, I guarantee you I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you right now, would I? And none of you would have ever heard of me. But something that night just popped into my head and said, why don't I record tonight's thing instead of just typing it up? Now, the one that I was showing you a bit ago was actually my third take that night. I remember this because I was trying to remember what it was like being on TV. If you remember, I actually used to do TV productions all the way back in high school, and I'd done some work for a local TV station back in that city. So I was trying to remember exactly what I had done and how I had done it and, the way I was supposed to be acting in front of that camera. And so I did a couple of takes that was literally just me babbling, trying to remember how to be comfortable. I said a lot. I caught it, though. Played with my nose a lot. That's an unrelated thing. That's because of how hard it is to breathe. Nowadays, I just try to get a quick breath every now and again. And I was just kind of getting used to it. And so then I recorded the film you saw. Now, back in that day, most of my videos had an average viewing of about 10. And every single person who watched those videos was someone I knew personally. This is important for two reasons. One, obviously at no point did I really think this is going to be, the Top Gear thing. In fact, I gave you the Top Gear story, but that's not even part of this overall story yet. That's like over here. That wasn't even in my mind. I was just doing my little blog for my friends and my family online in video format rather than doing it in text format. That was really all it was in my mind. So like I said, I had like an average of 10 or so viewers per video. Then I did one video that suddenly exploded in popularity and got way more views than I ever had before. I am, of course, referring to Asheron's Call, where I had done several videos because Zanasma had asked me to do a sequence of videos talking about MMOs. She and several of her friends wanted to know what I thought, speaking, professionally, because I've worked on that one MMO, and I've played. I know MMOs extremely well. This is true to this day. I've played basically all of them. So she was like, "Can you do a video about like every MMO you feel is worth playing?" And so I did. I started a series called MMO to Play. Some of you may even remember this. This is weird music for this scene, but we'll go with it. So I started doing the MMO to Play stuff. And I got to the Asheron's Call thing. And funny fact, the Asheron's Call community, this is true to this day, well, at least to this year, is very tight-knit. Most people in Asheron's Call know most other people in Asheron's Call. This was true back then, too, 5 years ago. So a lot of those people, like, all it takes is one of them to find out about my video, and then they would spread it to the others. So I had like 50, almost 100 views on some of my videos, which was crazy. Crazy how many views I had on that. And I was like, oh, this is awesome. And so many people would pop up and be like, hey, what did you think about this? And it's great to hear you talking about this. And I would respond to them because it just occurred to me naturally. I mean, why wouldn't I respond to these people? I was just jazzed that people who weren't people I know personally were suddenly watching my videos. And that was really cool. So I kept doing the MMO to Play series. That's also when I got a lot of flack for EverQuest and for EVE Online, because I was honest about both games. And I decided to take those videos down. I've never covered them since. But, Ultima Online, too. Or maybe I didn't take the UO one down. Anyways, the point being, one night, I was chatting with Pax, my other very good friend, Pax, and we were talking about a game that we had both just recently beaten and what we thought about it. Yes, now I'm talking about Mass Effect 3. And I've probably told you this story, but I really want to get this out there, because this is just funny to me. I'm sitting there, we're chatting about it, I'm like, you know what, hang on, Pax. I'll be right back. And I go, and I immediately I turn off Vent, because we didn't have Skype at the time, flip on the camera, and I just start talking. No script, no nothing, no build-up, no preamble. I just felt like getting my thoughts out there. That's all I was thinking. Maybe I could do something with it in the future, maybe I could think about it in the future, but either way, it was just me tossing my thoughts out into video format. I tossed the video up, went back to PAX, didn't even think about it twice. Now, back then, I had none of my notifications on. That meant I didn't get any, you got a new subscriber, you got a new comment, or whatever like that. I have that stuff turned on now so I can respond to comments and read comments easier. But at the time, it wasn't even a concern. I mean, why would it be, right? I just checked manually. So a couple of days pass, and I go back, and I'm like, all right, let's see if anybody's, responded to anything while I was getting ready for my next video. And I see that all of a sudden I have like 500 views on that stupid little Mass Effect 3 video, and I'm like, what? And I have like 30 comments on it. What? I was utterly in shock about this. Because, again, I wasn't, like, doing it for press or trying to strike where the iron is hot. I was just giving my thoughts out there. Apparently, and I'm not sure which order things happened in, but I was linked on the BioWare forums, and I was linked on the wiki, the actual Mass Effect wiki. And between those two things, all of a sudden a fairly large number of people showed up and were like, hey. So people were commenting. So I started responding to these comments, in the actual reply to comments thing, and I was like, you know what, hang on. So I wrote down a bunch of what people had said, and then I recorded a second video, basically responding to what people were talking about. Then a bunch more people watched that video, and then I started recording a third video to respond to that thoughts. And it was weird because at the time, I had never redone a thing before. I had never talked about a given game or a given subject twice. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll go back and talk about Mass Effect 3 again. And then I'm going to talk about Mass Effect 3 again. I mean, I would never talk about FF6 a few times, right? Now, the rest at that point is mostly history, but there's one other bulletin point on the anniversary of the show I want to talk about. Even when I finally started doing this, when I started doing the ruminations, when I started calling them ruminations, and then switching them over from calling them reviews, and I was talking about, the Final Fantasy series and the Baldur's Gates, stuff like that, when I was doing those Q&A videos, all of that, at no point in time did I intend that to be my job. If you remember, I was still working at that company then, and I knew enough about economics, even back then, to understand that that's not happening. I know exactly, even to this day, I would not be capable of existing off of ad revenue. I simply have too small of a viewership base. It's impossible. And I knew that then, too. So there was no way I was going to turn this into an actual career. Now, funny fact, fast forward a little bit. Some of you may or may not be aware, I'm sure several of you are aware, I had some very severe health problems that actually had started at the point in time I'm telling you. I just didn't know it yet. I had a large number of kidney stones, 30 plus, that were building up, including the one massive kidney stone, it's about that big. Here's up against my head for reference, in my left kidney. And yeah, it was bad. And it was affecting my health in a huge way. I was bedridden for a while. I lost my job, basically, as a result of that. There's a few more complications. Basically, they wanted me to work ridiculous hours, and I said I'm not physically capable of that anymore. And then they said, okay, and then I was fired. Um, and so I suddenly found myself in a really kind of terrifying situation because I was so ill and doing so poorly that the feasibility of getting a job suddenly had plummeted, like any job. I was already working at a job that wasn't too physically strenuous, you know? And it's funny you say that, Takoida. The nurse who was working, several of the nurses, I should say, two of them, who were working with me when I finally went into the hospital, told me that I was lucky because I was at, they called it something, I forget the term, but basically, at any moment I could die. Like, if that thing actually burst through, I would be dead before I got to the hospital. And so, you know, that's one of those, at any moment, a critical rupture would happen kind of a situations. So, I was in a bad way, is what I'm trying to say. I lost a lot of weight, not in a good way. I went down to skeletal, and couldn't eat. That's when I started drinking Canada Dry, because it was the only thing I could get through my throat. You know, plain water just burned. And I needed the carbonation to help get the liquid in there so I could stay hydrated. It was pretty bad. So I was still kind of doing videos sort of at the time. Not really. But not too long after that. Not too long after Zanasma basically said, I'm going to move you out in with me. You're going to move in with me. And I'm going to take care of you. And we're going to get you medical help. Not long after that, Pax, again, great friend, said, hey, Matt, hey, Arsh. Or Lorerunner, whatever. Hey, dude, you ever heard of this site called Patreon? And I'm like, what the heck is Patreon? And he's like, well, and he explains it to me. And I go looking into it, and I do my what we usually refer to in corporate terms as due diligence. I really researched Patreon, because it looked a little bit too good to be true. It was a logical idea, and let's be honest with ourselves, Patreon takes a pretty big cut of the amount of money donated in. But, nevertheless, I'm like, okay, let's go ahead and look into Patreon. And it looked like it was something that was feasible. And I'm like, all right. And I put out a few, some of you may remember this, I put out a few videos. I actually still have one of my videos up about the Patreon thing. And I'm like, look, I'm having trouble getting a job right now. I'm having trouble functioning. I'm going to try and turn this into my career. I'm going to push into this. I know it's not going to be easy, and I know I'm not going to be making buco bucks. But this is something I can do. This is something I want to do. And this is something that if you help me, if you become my patron and pay the monthly subscription fee, I can actually make this happen. I can keep doing these videos. You probably know the rest from there, given the fact that I'm talking to you right now. And my Babylon 5 video went live today, and apparently did not have patrons on it, which is a huge editing error on my mistake. Sorry. I checked the new ones. Yeah. So everything kind of from that point on unfolded pretty naturally. I started off making something like $400 a month. Right now I make slightly more than that. I believe it's actually up to $1,600 a month right now, which is amazing. You guys are amazing for pushing it this far and this hard. And I'm really appreciative of all that's happened with regards to the show. And so from that point on, it was like that when the Patreon thing came to me, this is when Top Gear comes back to the equation. That was the first moment I realized I could start doing the Top Gear thing. That was the first moment I said, you know what, I can actually do Top Gear. It's just, you know, with video games. And that's kind of how the Lorerunner was born. So I just kind of wanted to share that long, rambling story about the history of the show and, you know, kind of what I've been going through over the course of it. And just to say it's awesome to see you guys here, and I hope you guys continue to enjoy my show in the future, and I hope to, you know, continue to expand in the future. You know, $1,600 a month is great. If I actually got to that final marker that you know that I set down a while ago, and it's still actually true, which is the $3,000 a month marker, I could actually be able to do so many different things with the show, including, for example, the ability to have a real studio, and the ability to not require a roommate just to exist. So awesome. Now, I am going to go ahead and shift modes here. We're going to shift over here as the music shifts, but no, we're going to actually turn off the music now because I was actually thinking about this, what I wanted to do for the anniversary, and I realized, honestly, there's no question for me here. There's only one thing I could ever possibly consider doing for the anniversary, and that is my favorite game of all time. This is something I actually wanted to play last Friday, but I decided to put it off just for the show for today. So I hope at least some of you will be joining me. Oh, shut up, Mikes. I hope at least some of you will be joining me in the Kefka race here. Shoot, I just realized I forgot to open this up, too. Oh, where is it? Sorry, give me a second. There we go. Okay. Okay. Where's the... Whoops. Hang on, everything's wrong. Give me a moment. I actually thought about playing the phone version, the Steam version, basically. I decided against it. Screw it, let's just leave it as it was. We'll do it like this. Apparently I wasn't as ready today as I thought I was. I was not prepared. Just a second. Hey, King Bubble. So like I said, I hope at least some of you will be joining me for this. And if you're not, well, that's okay, too. You don't really have to. It's not mandatory. I imagine a lot of people found me during the Mass Effect 3 thing. In fact, I imagine most people actually did that. Although not all. Every now and again I hear about someone who joined me during the Final Fantasy Marathon, or someone who joined me during my Kingdom Hearts KOTOR stuff, or someone who joined me during my Kingdom Hearts stuff. And do we have everything set up right? We do. Okay. Ah! What the? That was odd. Also, apparently I am Red Media. Who knew? Thank you, Myra. Thank you very much. I actually plan to have something here to celebrate with, because I haven't eaten yet today, of course, obviously. But they don't open till 11. Let me just say, King Bubble, it's a good game. It got lots of pluses at the end. And if you watch my stream, it will spoil the hell out of everything. So, be warned. What, the butterscotch pie, Sonoshi? Another big lore run. Man, I don't know. Just doing that premiere run gave me a lot of stress because of the features stuff. Hey, MPPY. I mentioned that... I'm sorry, I forgot to talk about something. I mentioned how originally I was just speaking to 10 or so people that I knew personally, right? And I mentioned how that was important. One of the reasons I've always been so personable with you guys and treated you as if we were just chatting across a chair or whatever is because when I originally started streaming, I was streaming to people I knew. So I was speaking in a comfortable and familiar tone with them. And I never really stopped doing that. Hang on, right? Skip through this real quick. So, in case you're wondering. And thank you, Theodoricus. Will I stream Legion at launch? No, I will not even be here. I'll be watching the little one tomorrow. So it's impossible for me to stream it. 3, 2, 1, go! If I had to pick a theme song for the show, it'd probably be something from Final Fantasy VI. Let me think about that for a moment. The era of Axe has begun! You ever want... That is actually a good point, Undead. It's okay, she uses... Well, now, in fairness, these guys are kind of dulled to magic at this point, so it's not really a big deal to them. I'm gonna say no, Steam Tears, if that's okay. Defiance? That does actually fit in many, many ways. Some of you may have asked, you know, why is it I care so much about birthdays? Why is it I care so much about anniversaries? It's because it's a chance to look at the world and say, no, you didn't beat me. Sorry. For one more year, I'm still here. I'm doing the safety strats here. I hope at least some of you are doing the race with me today. If not, that's okay. I understand. But yeah, that's why Defiance would be rather appropriate, I think. Define truly open world, Kingdom, before I answer your question. Also, isn't that not my best time? I thought I got under 130 for my best time. Ah, crap. I'm about to die. Maybe not. We'll see what the RNG is like. Ooh! Oh, God, we're alive. However, we are probably about to die. Of course, Dakota. Wouldn't you? This is it. This is it. We're about to die. First death of the Kefka race. Ah, yeah. Okay. So, hang on. One of these buttons. There we go. Well, that's not really open world, is it, King Couple? That's feasible. That's been done since 1999. People have known how to do that kind of gameplay for forever. Okay, so first death. Woo! First death. That would be awesome if incredibly infeasible, Deegan. The number of games that have even come close to pulling off that kind of gameplay is minuscule. Alright, let's try this again. 3, 2, 1, go. What do you mean, Steam? Explain your question. Well, now you're really gonna have to define your question then, Kingo, because I don't quite get what you mean. I play Diablo 3 semi-regularly? I guess that is your answer, so there you go! Funnily enough, King Bubble, you are currently looking at the most open-world FF game. That's not a joke. When you hit the world of Ruin, you can pretty much decide what you want to do in what order you want to do it in. Some people think that's one of the biggest negatives of this game, that they went with a Western RPG approach to the second half of the game. Also, hi, Samurai. You best be racing with me, buddy. I just had to restart because I already had a death due to some bad RNG. What country do you live in, Steam Tears? Again, King Bubble, that's actually very easy to do, relatively speaking. Like I said, that's been done since the late 90s. That is not new technology. Probably my favorite way, Serbia, then actually we cannot play together on Battle.net because of the fact that I am an American Battle.net group. I've actually tried to add people who are in the European or the Asiatic zone, and it's basically been like, nope! So it won't actually allow that to happen. So, yeah. Kind of sucks, because I was trying to get a WoW rating group together with a lot of my viewers, and so many of my viewers who play WoW are in Europe, so doesn't work. Anyways, so yeah, King Bubble, probably my favorite example of that kind of morphic loading zone thing is Just Cause 2, believe it or not, where you can actually see the entirety of the islands because they're basically cheating in the way they're rendering, and there's no loading zones because they don't need them, because stuff is loaded on the fly. I still don't get your question, King Bubble. To me, it's nonsensical to think that loading zones or linearity is required in a Final Fantasy. I don't even understand that concept, so that's why I'm like, To my knowledge, Dakota, only in StarCraft 2, and even then only under certain circumstances. Like, I've actually tried to add people to friends list, just to Battle.net. Never mind a game, just to Battle.net. It's like, nope! And people have tried to add me in, same exact problem. But yeah, I have viewers from all over the place. I still remember the exact moment at which I officially had as many viewers not in the United States as I did in the United States. Hey, Rodden. A Kefka race is something of a tradition on my show. I'm surprised you've never seen me do it before. Basically, we're racing until we get to Kefka, and we beat Kefka. So, yeah. Oh, was Overwatch over too? Well, there you go. Overwatch and StarCraft 2, then. No, just write an essay, King Bubble. Hit me. Dude, come on. I'm going to be here for like an hour and a half. Hit me! Hit me! Yeah, to clarify, I'm referring to the first Kefka fight. Now, this fight can lose like a full minute based on pure RNG. So we'll see how we do here, shall we? The good news is, usually if I get bad RNG here, I get good RNG in the Velt and the Phantom Train, which is the other, big RNG section. Ugh, 50 damage. Oh. Okay, that's actually pretty good RNG. Now that's actually bad, because that means it's actually within the probability that I will have bad RNG in the Velt and on the Phantom Train. That's going to be wonderful. By the way, you like my new shirt? It's denim, I think. This is actually a birthday present from my mom. It's very comfy. I do like how many people I've heard, it's okay, Steam Tears, I'll just die horribly. I do think it's amusing how many of you guys have, thought positively about the FF15 thing, considering certain people who have just reported on the FF15 delay have gotten death threats. Yes, really. Yes, Rodden, that is correct. Now to relax. By the way, can I just say, isn't it kind of crazy I've been doing this for 5 years now? I repeat my earlier question. What were you doing 5 years ago today, August 29th, 2011? I have watched Fairy Tail. I don't actually like it that much. I'm just weird. Don't mind me. Then again, death threats have also been given out for the No Man's Sky thing. Not the fact that the game came out, the fact that the game was delayed. Crying like an anime fan on prom night. What? Am I excited for Legion? Yes! You know what I did last night? Or no, I guess it was a couple nights ago. Pax and I were sitting... If you actually pull up the journal right now, you can see all the new sets and all of the new legendaries that are coming out in Legion. And we just started going down the list and jazzing over how cool the abilities were that we're going to be getting from the legendaries and from the sets. And how cool all the sets looked. Oh, that's horrible, Myron. I'm sorry. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I just wasted 3 seconds. Ah! You can do it, King Bubble. Because it didn't show up. You need to chop it into pieces. Twitch won't allow things after 500 characters. Of course I did, Steam Tears. Yeah, so, as you may or may not be aware, I'm a fan of football. Some of you may not be aware of what I mean by that. But with regards to football, I'm referring to what some people call soccer, so European football. One of the things that is kind of horrible, especially in British football specifically, is they had to implement new rules and new regulations and new restrictions, basically because of the fact that football hooliganism had gotten so bad that they were starting to do literal physical damage to the stands. As in the things they're sitting in watching the matches. Think about that for a moment. Now, hang on, I gotta read what King Bubble just said. It is not RNG. It just changes each time you come back here. For the Horde! Okay, now I gotta scroll up to see what King Bubble said. Hang on. Okay, I see where you're going with that, King Bubble. At least I think I do. I absolutely think Final Fantasy would work with that because of games like Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy XII. Final Fantasy XII is, in many ways, an open-world style of gameplay, but obviously still is not what you are talking about. It's just taking another step in that particular direction. Hang on just a second. Oh well, whatever. Low! And so, while there are... Actually, I am both, Rodden, to be completely honest. But I have, like, 10 Horde characters to 2 Alliance characters, so... They're all 100. While there is an absolute benefit to a linear form of storytelling, the usage of open world with regards to storytelling is not something that's actually a negative. It just requires more work. And I can actually point to a specific example of this, Morrowind. In Morrowind, you know, for all the problems that game has, the structure of its narrative is very tightly designed, and they had to spend a lot of time and effort in figuring out where what would go when in order to make sure that you still get the story, so you still get everything. Or, not everything, I'm saying that wrong. So you still get enough. So it's, at that point, it becomes a matter of player choice. You have the option of going through and proceeding through the story and just getting the bare minimum, or you have the option of going out and doing things in basically whatever order you decide to do them in order to get as much of the story as possible. And there's actively stuff you can just flat out skip in Morrowind. So, you know. Yeah, no, I'm doing this right. Yep, there we go. The Elemental Arrow Showcase. I don't even know what you're talking about, so I'm gonna go and say no. Oh my god. Really? Really, Arsh? I'm terrible. I screwed up. It was gonna cost me like another minute. Hey, hi, Love Disney, by the way. Happy anniversary. Hey, Kamek. We were actually talking about you earlier. I believe none of the bots are on, so go for it, Deacon. I'm not going to watch it, though, because I'm busy. I'm already doing absolutely terrible. I forgot which Mog was Mog. Which Moogle was Mog, excuse me. Yeah, this is going to be a terrible time. It's a shame, I was getting some pretty good RNG for this section. We were talking about how you're insane and a chemist. I think that's it. No, I kid. We were just saying that you don't live in the United States. I know, crazy, right? Now, I will say one thing. I feel too many games fall into the open world trap of thinking that open world game is the option. In fact, if you'll remember, when they first announced that the new Zelda would be open world, my response was hesitance. Because open world games, when done well, are amazing. But when they are not done well, they are terrible, to be blunt. Open world games just have so many problems inherent to the design of them. It requires very, very careful structure and very, very careful guiding without restricting, and encouraging without requiring. And that's a very, very fine line to hit. Jeez Louise, I'm doing terrible. Of course, I predicted this would be about a minute loss, and I was about right, it looks like. Oh, well, okay, Kimmick. That works for me. Welcome to the U.S., Kimmick. Here's your gun. Nice, love it. I'm already pretty excited for the new Zelda. Everything I saw at E3 was a positive in my book. You can tell I haven't practiced this run in a while. I keep making mistakes all over the place. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to beat my 1:33:40 time over there. I swore I got a 1:26 at one point. What's the story in this game? Oh, man. I needed that. Thanks, love. Thanks, love, Disney. Oh, okay. Whew. Okay. Hi, Kay. Kefka did nothing wrong. The world needed the kick in the pants. Kefka was just the bombs to Fallout. What Kefka was to FF6, what the bombs were to Fallout. There you go. Well, speaking as someone who played the non-director's cut of HR pretty recently, yeah, I agree. It certainly does hold up reasonably well. It does have its issues, and I do think it is the worst of the trilogy. Damn it, Samurai. Kefka was legitimately misunderstood, that is true. And let's be honest with ourselves, the real villain of this game is Gestalt. He is just a bastard in every sense of the word. That's kind of a thing in FF, isn't it? There's the big, obvious villain, and then there's the one who is actually the cause of all of the horrible evil in the setting. Actually, I shouldn't say that's an FF thing. That's a well-crafted story thing, isn't it? Because that was true in FF7 with Hojo. That was true in Dragon Age Origins with several people, but mainly with How. What do you mean, King Bubble? I do think... Oh. Maybe you didn't hear the trilogy comment there. So I do think Human Revolution is the worst of the trilogy of the Deus Ex series. I would think so, yes, Love Disney. Yeah, Lustricia is also responsible for a lot of horrible things that happen in FF7. If she had had the balls to actually stand up for herself and not be like, yeah. Oh, hang on, really quick. Phooey! Emperor Gestal's stupid orders. Edgar, you pinhead! Why do you have to live in the middle of desert? There's sand on my boots. Alright, anyways, getting back to my point. Lustricia is legitimately responsible for a lot of the horrible crap that happens in FF7. Yeah, she was horrible. She was horrible. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That is true, Dakota. I won't disagree with that. That's kind of my point, Kenner. As a point I try to make several times is that just saying something is the worst in a category of things does not make it bad. I actually like Human Revolution quite a lot. But that's still, I would still classify it as the worst of the three Deus Ex games. You're gonna have to tell me what the tune was, Steam Tears, because I'm not sure which music it was. FMA. Guys, what's FMA? F My Alliance, maybe? I don't know. What binds the Final Fantasy series together is the overall approach. Final Fantasy has always been about very plot-centric, very character-focused storytelling. And that is what really defines a Final Fantasy game. The ATB system or the action combat or anything else as that's not really what it's about. The Final Fantasy series, going as far back as to the second game in the series, FF2, is very big on character and very big on plot. They usually like to explore certain themes, which are commonly presented within the series, such as themes of fate or free will, themes of the divine and its failings, themes of what it means to be an individual, that kind of stuff. But really, the character and the plot-centric thing is the hallmark of the Final Fantasy series. Full Metal Alchemist. Okay, what was the original question about Full Metal Alchemist? Because I don't even remember it. It's just called Kefka's, theme, I think? If you look it up on YouTube, you can find a dozen copies of it. Oh, absolutely, Kevin. Now, they might be doing just expansions or DLCs, and that'd be fine, too. But, yeah, no, Mankind Divided clearly ended in a way that suggests there will be more. No! No, Laughing Mad is the name of the last boss song. Do I like anime? Really, dude? I love anime! There is no such thing as an anime I do not embrace wholeheartedly. I adore anime with every fiber of my being. All of it. Every single anime ever made ever. And anime is as anime does. Depends on who's translating it, Aded. In the original soundtrack that I actually have purchased, the pamphlet says Laughing Mad. Later on, when they released the GBA version, they called it Dancing Mad. So, take your pick. Whoa! How did I lose that much time? I am way behind. Is that this Friday? I don't have my calendar handy. It's over there. But I'm mashing A right now. Yeah, it's kind of horrifying, isn't it, Kay? I can't bring myself to agree with that, Hella Mouse. But that's just my opinion on it. Okay, it's this Friday. Is the Puella Magic Rumination. I can do the talking. By the way, if I don't get some comments about that rumination, I'm going to stab you so hard, Samurai. Well, it's funny you say that, Codex, because, see, they haven't written the lore yet, really, Codex. Blizzard is using an intriguing method of writing the lore of Overwatch. They wrote an extremely basic story, and that's it, and then they made the game. And then as they did that, some of the story ideas they wrote informed other story ideas, and then they informed other story ideas. In other words, what I'm trying to say is, imagine if you wrote a story. Good luck, by the way, love Disney. And this story is basically save the world from destruction by robots, okay? And then you're like, okay, well, who are the robots? Well, let's go ahead and call these robots, I actually can't remember what they're called. Falsy? Lussy? I don't know. One of the C things. So those are the robots. Okay, well, what are the blank C? Okay, well, maybe these blank C are things that are from this, and so forth. Basically, each time they produce a new bit of information about the game, they add to the existing story, writing it as they go. It's actually something I've done myself with regards to creative writing, and I have actually used it as a creative writing technique with... back when I actually used to do things like teach creative writing lessons and whatnot. And so, it's a fascinating method, and they're doing it very much on purpose, and so far I'm actually liking what they're coming up with on. Oh, whoops, that was South Figaro. God, we're just losing time everywhere. See you around, Steam Tears. Enjoy the tanking. God, I'm actually forgetting my route. It's been so long since I've done a Kefka race. Hey, Crazy Legs. Happy anniversary. Yeah, it's kind of horrible, isn't it, Luxia? I am pretty squeamish, so I accept squeamishness. Hey, 46. Happy anniversary. No, I don't want to know how to ride a chocobo. No! Yeah, the graphics design and sound design both of FF6 is pretty top-notch. Yes, it's just a speedrun of defeating Kefka. That's the goal here. We have to defeat Kefka. I'll try and get some of my freaking time back here. That means I'm going to be risky, but damn it, I really need to make up some of that time. Hey, Foo. Happy anniversary. I'm sorry, Myron. I was actually talking about being back in school recently with PAX and how much I hated it. Yeah. Happy anniversary, Foo. It's been 5 years today. Technically, it will not be the 5-year anniversary until 9:50 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, 10:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today is the actual anniversary. The specific minute. That's not quite fair. I saw the ending, Samurai. I took time out of my day to watch the ending. And then was disappointed by it. A speed lore run? Actually, I used to do full speedruns of this game. They were about 12 hours in length. It was what I called the 90% category, where I had to do all the story stuff. I had to get every character and see every cutscene, was basically the definition. And so I would discuss the lore of the game while I did it, because it's very easy for me to do that. Because I know this game inside and frickin' out. So, I suppose yes. Does nobody know? Today is the 5th anniversary of the Lorerunner of this show. At 9:50 p.m. tonight. I don't remember I did. Oh yes, I did, that's right. There's something else? Okay. Can it wait, Simra? Yeah, man. Happy birthday! Shotgun. I probably could, Foo. See you around, Rodden. Get some sleep. Ah, crap. Thanks, King Bubble. God dang it! It's terrible luck here. If any of these poison me, I'm gonna lose like 12 seconds just from the poison. Oh god, the encounter rate! Ah, this is terrible! I can't run from those. Yes, he does, 46. Oh my freaking god! You've got to be kidding me. One more trillion. One more trillion. I was kidding! Oh my god, I'm not gonna make up time. This is terrible. I'm getting all the worst encounters, ones I can't run from, and ones that I have terrible risk in going through. And there's lots of them. Oh, finally, thank God. Hey, Mr. Cat Jones, happy anniversary. Thanks, Kevin. I can't decide 100% yet, Toby, but it is in the running for being better than the original. And now to spoil Mankind Divided. So it turns out that Adam Jensen is actually augmented. Can you believe that? All this time I thought he was human. I thought he was a real person. But he's actually augmented. That's scumbag. I can't even say that with a straight face. I will not actually be home tomorrow, Ventures. I'll be watching Minizan, so I will be incapable of playing Legion in addition to streaming Legion. Haven't decided if I'm streaming Legion live yet or not. I'm still torn on that issue. I need to talk with Pax about it too, because it's partially his decision. I know! He's a filthy hog! It's horrible. I thought he just had really weird design in shades. Turns out he's a damn clank. He's a synth! Oh god, he's a synth! Kill him! Kill him! What? No. Also, Harrison Ford's a synth, too. Yes, King Bubble. And he gave me a choice. I could pick the red route, the blue route, or if I was really good, the green route. And expectations for FF15. Good gameplay, bad story. I hate to say that, but that is the honest truth. Everything I've seen about the gameplay looks good. I have seen nothing that's made me positively inclined towards the story so far. The gameplay does look very, very, very fun. I do absolutely think it'll be a fun game to play. It might be an FF10-2 in that regard. Because I love playing FF10-2. So, you know. The delay is something that should have happened. It was absolutely the right choice. That's absolutely something that should have happened. Alright, so I got terrible Trillium luck. Let's see if I actually managed to gain any of my time back, shall we? So, funny fact, you guys know that I've been thinking about getting a PS4 for a while. Well, I have finally been convinced I am absolutely not buying a PS4 right now. Because the PS4 Neo is coming out, and the PS4 Slim is coming out. Also, I managed to get back 30 seconds. Woo! I wouldn't mind the variants, Toby, but I don't think it's required. Buio? Buio? So anyways, for those of you not aware, the PS4 Slim is coming, probably, by everything I've seen, coming out later this year, which should be a cheaper PS4. And then the PS4 Neo will be a better PS4, which will be more expensive. But in either case, getting a PS4 right now would be a terrible decision for me. That's ignoring the fact that I just do not have the money to spend, and it hasn't quite justified its existence yet. I actually have another reason not to get a PS4, and regardless of that, this is an old reason, though. You want to hear it, guys? This is funny. If I buy a game on the PSN, I can play that on my PS3 or my PSP. And, for example, FF9 or FF7 or FF8 are PSN games that I bought there that I can play on either system, and I can and have done so. It doesn't work on the PS4. Now, I don't know if they're planning to change that, or if anything, but yeah, that's a pretty big no for me. I mean, I'm actually astonished that it doesn't have PSN compatibility. It's kind of ridiculous, to be blunt. Three things would convince me to get a PS4, but it would require basically all three at this point. first of all, I need to be doing better financially. There is just the flat money problem. The only way I can get a PS4 right now is I've basically pulled out of the food budget. And it takes a lot for me to pull out of the food budget. Second of all, more games that I'm interested in. And I mean actually interested in. Good luck, Love Disney. Not just games that I think passively might be fun once or twice, but games that I'm like, oh, I can't wait to play blah, blah, blah. There's about 7 or so right now, not counting there's about 5 right now that are not counting games that might come out on the PC. And then that number goes up to like 13 if you include games that might come out on the PC. So that's another thing that would be required. And the final thing that would be required is the PSN, compatibility thing. Some kind of backwards compatibility, something. If I could play my PS3 games on the PS4, that would be a big push for me. If I could play my PSN games on the PS4, that would be a big push for me. But neither of these factoids are true. Just a moment, I remember how I do this. Yeah, like that. And then he's in the back, he's in front. She's in back, she's in back. Alright, we're good. I do, Luxia, and I know getting a hold of backwards compatible PS3s is actually really difficult and very expensive to do now. I'd have to really think about it, Myron. I went down like the whole list and figured it out somewhat recently, but I don't remember any of them right now. Edgar is in the first row because anytime you get a sneak attack, you get to go first action, the person who is at the bottom of your list always goes first, and he is the one who's going to be doing the most damage output, and therefore he's the one I want to be going first. And actually, we will not be using crossbow on him henceforth, actually. He'll be doing more damage with his Genji glove setup, which will be pretty much crucial for the Ultros fight. My friend Pax actually happened to get lucky enough to procure a backwards compatible PS3. He got it kind of by accident, actually. Anyways, what about FF15 story has not made me positively inclined towards it? I'd say everything, but that's of course not what you're asking. Even though that is the truth. I have seen nothing that has made me positively inclined towards it. It looks a little bit depressingly typical. It seems to be focusing a little bit too much on weird aspects with regards to storytelling. For example, it's really big on the whole, oh my god, the crystals, and there's this one nation, but then there's these other nations, and there's war, and just, I don't know, nothing about it has really tickled my interest henceforth. And admittedly, as I've said, one of the big things that's big for me in any story, but especially in a Final Fantasy, is characters. And I don't care about the boy band thing. I don't care that they're all male. Neither of those facts bother me. What does bother me is nothing I've seen about any of the characters, regardless of if they're player characters or not, has made me particularly inclined towards them. It does look like the new main character is designed to be a modern incarnation of Squall, a true introvert who is socially awkward around others. And it would be nice to see a Squall that's properly translated into English, because that was the biggest problem with Squall, was that he was not. Yeah, we're losing all sorts of time here. Yes, I hate lightning. So, I probably shouldn't have fought this fight, but I was being cautious. He's not introverted? Well, then my interest is even more gone! Because that was the only thing that was actually interesting about him, was that they were trying the introverted thing. That's actually funny to me. No, don't worry, he's not introverted. Oh, okay. Great. That's great. Now, you may notice I don't run from a lot of these fights. That's actually because it's extremely risky to. Bannon has by far the worst run ratio of any character in the entire game, by a large margin. And so it's very likely he will be the last person to run in any fight. So that means he'll be sitting there getting beaten on by himself while everyone else is running. And yeah, I've lost time again. Damn it. I just think that's funny, Samurai. Like, the one and only thing that has made me positively inclined towards the game, story-wise, that I've seen, granted I haven't seen King League or anything like that, is the fact that, you know, the whole, oh, he's an introvert thing. Hang on just a second. Sorry. And of course he's not an introvert, so it's like, okay. Sucks to be me, then. We're gonna go ahead and get a save in, because I'd like to at least complete a run here. Man, I am just doing terrible. What do you think? Do you think I'm gonna be able to beat 140? Because I'm not sure that's possible at this point. Oh. By the way, fun fact, this is part of why I quit doing the Kefka races. There was so much RNG involved that I felt like I'd reached the point where I was very good on execution, and I was still just relying on pure RNG to get a better time. Oh my god, I have had really bad Leet River luck. That's the worst Leet River luck I have ever had. Look at that. Is anybody else racing with me? I'm just curious. You don't have to, of course. You're not required. I hate the Telltale games! I hate everything about them! Cough, cough. I certainly haven't done several videos about them and streaming them, and plan to stream the rest of Minecraft in November when it finishes coming out, and the rest of Batman when it finishes coming out. Bannon, don't hit Bannon. Okay, we're okay. That move right there has killed so many of my runs because of the RNG of him hitting Bannon. God, 4 minutes! Oh my god! That is the worst Leet River I have ever seen! By the way, I know we all like to play this game, but because I like to play it with Voyager, for example, until you guys told me to stop. But, I love the idea of being able to sit down with an existing story and just rewrite it. I don't know why. Something about that just is enjoyable to me. I've actually had some people joke that I should actually become a script doctor because of that. Because that's kind of what a script doctor does. They take an existing story and say, I can fix this. me too, Fu. It's actually my favorite overworld song of all time. And it's in my top, my Zero playlist, my favorite songs of all time. Funnily enough, I do think Lightning was better done in Dissidia Duodecim. But that's not surprising, because Dissidia, in general, tends to portray its characters much better than the original. Squall's a good example of that. So is Vaughn, is another good example. And then characters who are already well portrayed, it tends to continue well portraying. Again, Kuja is a good example in Duodecim, as is Laguna. Laguna was perfect in Duodecim. So was the Cloud, actually. Everyone sing with me. Mustache Man, he has a mustache. Mustache Man with a mustache. Mustache Man stabbing all the guys from the Empire to kill them all. He has a mustache. He is a mustache. Oh, sorry, we missed it. Whoops! That was the wrong attack. Ah! Whoops. Whatever, we might as well just go for this now. Since I screwed up on that. And we got the black belt. 7 out of 8 chance. Mustache Man! He has a mustache! I like to picture my viewers just muting me for this section. You know, there's one game that I would really love to just fix, because there's so many problems with the plot. FF6. I mean, God, the plot of this game is just all over the place. What do you mean, Kevin? We must argue. We must pretend we're on the internet. Peas and carrots, peas and carrots. I think your opinion is dumb, and so are you. I have no reasons for saying this except for the fact that you are dumb, and so are you. Is that better, Luxia? You know, it's perhaps fitting for a game that puts so much of its story into basically a codex that I think FF13's strongest points are actually its theme and its setting. Alright, this is the hard part. How many runs have I lost right here? Ooh, that's bad. This could be a bit tricky. Depends on how many counterattacks we get. Oh, this is bad. This is really, really bad. Come on, don't counter, don't counter, don't counter, don't counter, don't counter. God dang it! Okay. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for it. Futility, Dakota. Don't counter, no! Oh, thank God I lived! 10 HP! Ah! God! But yeah, futility, fate, and defiance of fate, and how you can't defy your fate. They actually don't defy their fate if you really pay attention. Nice, Luxia. Oh my God, Fu. How could you? They do whine about fate and how they can't defy it a lot. I like that, K. They just defy their fater. Except they don't, actually, defy their fater all that much. But yeah, no, the real theme of FF13 is futility. Hey, Wraith, happy anniversary. Let's be honest, the Constructicons are the best Decepticons. We all know this. Even without Devastator. And then you factor Devastator in, and they just win. I still stand by my statement very strongly that if Mr... God, I can't even think of his name. Space Pope literally never said a line of dialogue in the whole game, it would actually have worked so much better. It would have added such a creepy alien tint to him, and left so much of the motivations of the whatever, the robots, up to interpretation. Barthandelus, that's his name. I mean, seriously, picture every scene. You don't even really have to change the directing of the scenes. Just, all of a sudden, he stops, he isn't talking. And people are like, what do you want us to do? And he just kills the one woman, the one human woman. Why did you do that? And he just floats down and fights you. No dialogue. I genuinely think that would have worked really well. Yes, Kemek, you should. But only once. I was thinking Bunavezabla, but that's not him. He's separate. He's also an idiot, but that's unrelated. You know, Bunavezabla has gotten burned into my brain so much, I legitimately can't remember his actual name anymore. He's a good voice actor, I'm not complaining about that. I just think it would really, really add to the creepy tones of his character, and the alien nature of the robot things in general. I think that's something that really would have added some much-needed flavor to some of the scenes in that game. It would also have worked really well with the Defiance of Fate thing, because they would have no idea what fate they were trying to defy. They would have no idea what it is that they're being pushed towards, you know? Now, and that would actually be in keeping with one of the main points, that when you become a lessee, or a falsee, whichever one it is, you don't know what your focus is. You just have to accomplish it, right? And this would tie into that. He doesn't tell them what he's trying to do. He doesn't tell them, you know, where he's going with this plot or how he's trying to manipulate them. He just stares at them and then fights them. God, the more I think about it, the more that would be even more awesome. If I ever did a script doctor of FF13, he would just lose all his lines. And I would only have to tweak the scenes a tiny little bit to make that work. There's too many C's in that game. God, that's a meta statement, isn't it? Flee! Yeah, exactly, Takoda. Just every now and again he shows up, he's a boss fight from hell. Those boss fights were just a mess. And then he walks away unscathed, and it's like, what is this guy doing? What does he want? You know, it's sad that 133 is not my actual best time for this game, for this run, and yet I'm still not even going to come close to it. I'm doing so bad here. Now, being completely honest, I would probably just eject Hope from the game. That's not Hope hate speaking. But speaking as a writer, a character has to serve some kind of purpose in the overall structure of the story. And the only purpose Hope serves is to be a plot point, basically. Or not even a plot point, just a point of shame. You know, and I really, this sounds like I'm being negative, but I'm saying this seriously, without joking. I honestly think, like, a locket from Hope's mother would have been would have served the exact same purpose and done a better job of it than Hope himself in FF13. Imagine if, you know, when she falls, he still is holding on to something from her, or something she gave to him. And so so Snow is carrying this reminder of his failure to save her. That would have actually, in my opinion, done more character service than Hope himself actually did. Because Hope is just a one-note character. In the first game. I know they do more with him later on. No, it's more accurate to say Vanille drives Hope to the thing at the start. That's true, Samurai. By the way, before you guys people think, I've heard this several times, I do not hate FF13. I think I made that point clear when I was going through the marathon of FF13, so please don't think I'm just bashing FF13. FF13 is the Voyager of Final Fantasy to me. I like Voyager. Okay, that's actually unfair, because I think I like Voyager more than I like FF13, but the point is, I still like FF13, I still think it does several things well. It's just frustrating. And I love to try and dissect it and see what I would do differently, because it's such a flawed work, just like Voyager. It's one of the reasons I was doing that whole, here's my version of Voyager thing for a while there. Does that mean Hope is Neelix? I don't dislike Neelix. I am not SF Debris. It would mean, however, that Hope is Neelix's cooking. Because Neelix is a bad cook! I would have also... It's kind of implied in the game that Snow's whole heroes don't need blah kind of mentality is a mask. That he's not actually that stupid. That instead he's a little bit self-aware of the fact that he's hiding, you know? And I attribute most of that to Troy Baker, because he's actually a good voice actor, and puts a little more nuance into the words than the words themselves tend to have. Point being that I feel like that could have fleshed out more, that it made it more clear and more fleshed out, just more of the whole heroes don't need this, but actually he's just hiding from the fact that he's a horrible failure and he knows it. You know? Hope is clearly my favorite Final Fantasy character, Myron. And my favorite Final Fantasy character of all time, that's actually really hard. So I'm going to make a list of characters, then I'll pick from that. Cecil. Terra. God, it's really hard to just pick a few from FF6. All of FF6's cast. Cecil. Do I need to... Hang on. Do I need to just pick from playable characters, Myron? Because that changes this dynamic significantly. Gact. Yes, Gact is just my favorite character. Especially since he basically truncated FF7's development because he was that much of a bastard. You know me, Alexia. Unless you ask questions on my Tumblr, I like to give long answers. Speaking of which, someone asked me a question on Tumblr lately, which just made me go, I'll get to that later. It was like, name every character in Farscape and what their alignment would be with the dark side or the light side if it was Star Wars, and whether they would be Sith or Jedi or Dark Jedi, and then name your favorite Farscape moment, and then name your least favorite Farscape moment. It's like all of that was in one question. I'm just staring at this like, what's an essay? I'll get back to that later. I absolutely agree with that, Kay. In fact, I will even go so far as to blame Nomura personally, because Nomura has gone on record several times as saying that he's a big fan of Gact and his general work, and, if I'm not mistaken, was one of the big proponents for, you know, that kind of a thing to be in the Final Fantasy series. And Nomura was a big-time director at the point when Dirge of Cerberus was really becoming a thing, and Crisis Core. Hang on, I might be misunderstanding Myron's question. Give me just a second here. Yes, he's also Genesis, Luxia, from FF7. He actually plays Genesis in Dirge. Damn it, I'm not even going to make up time on this section. Come on, I want to make up at least a few seconds. Come on, give me something. Guys, you know what's coming. So, I'd better see some suplexes in chat, or I'm going to be very upset. Not yet, we're not there yet, but when we get there, I better see some serious suplex action going on. God dang it. But yeah, for those who are not aware, Dirge of Cerberus basically ended on a cliffhanger that will probably never be resolved because of Gact. So, yay. I'm just gonna do a safety thing here. Glad you liked it, Luxia. Damn it, I didn't even save 1 second. I lost more seconds. Oh, well, here we go. Suplex, hoit! Bam! Now I need to actually kill him. Really, Myron? Hang on, let me scroll back up. You said, what are not Hope your favorite FF character are? Question mark. That looks a lot like a question to me, Myron. Help me out here, man. What am I missing? You know, I don't actually care for Dirge of Cerberus that much. Hojo was awesome in it. Every scene with Hojo was fantastic in Dirge of Cerberus, and actually added to his character, believe it or not. But the whole rest of the thing was just me going, oh, it's terrible. But for one scene, can anyone guess the one scene that didn't involve Hojo that I really liked in Dirge of Cerberus? Anybody? Hey, Oldman, happy anniversary. Gotcha, Myron. I understand now. I'm still going to answer the question. Screw you. So, favorite FF character. I'm going to assume every character in all of the FFs, not just main characters. So, let's go down the list. Golbez is very interesting of a character to me. So is Cecil. So is Rydia. I think I'd pick those 3 from 4. I agree, Luxia. Paul Edding really needs to play Hojo. Then we've got Galuf, Exdeath, and Gilgamesh from 5. I'll try to limit myself to 3 from each. 6. How do I limit myself to just 3 characters from 6? Okay, I'm gonna go with Kefka. That's such an obvious choice. Geshtal for being such a ridiculously horrifying, absolutely nightmarishly evil character. Just wow. Hang on just a second. I'm gonna need to make room here and room here, and I'm gonna need to do this while I'm at it. There we go. And so Kefka, Gestalt. God, I'm so torn. I think I'm going to go with Locke. See you around, Myron. You have a good one. Locke is amazing. Cyan is amazing. Celis is amazing. Terra is amazing. Edgar is amazing. Sabin is amazing. I have a really hard time picking from 6 characters. We'll just move on from that. I didn't say anyone from 2, no. Although I would say Mateus. Absolutely. He is a very... he's a very cool character, even for the day. And let's stop for a moment and return to the Dirge of Cerberus thing really quick. So, there's one scene I really like in Dirge of Cerberus. Yeah, exactly. Okay, he is the Tarkin of the Final Fantasy series. Just, wow. Put that down. King Horse Lorerunner, awesome, awesome, Oldman. Like I said, it's cool hearing about when people popped on me. Lone Wolf is awesome too. There's a scene in Dirge of Cerberus where all the characters get together and are like, yeah, and it's playing like this completely stereotypical, like, we've all got to go, and Dragon Ball kind of scene. We've all got to go and combine our powers to stop Chaos, or not Chaos, Omega! We can do it, guys! Yeah! And then Vincent comes up and he says, I guess. Like, there's just the way Steve Blum says it, with such utter resignation of, fine, I'll save the world, is perfect. And the scene made me genuinely laugh out loud when I saw it. So that's my other scene I really liked in Dirge of Cerberus. It's so super corny, and then Vincent's just like, ugh. I love it. That wouldn't surprise me, Dakota. Okay, so let's continue to favorite characters. So let's move on to 7. If we consider the ancillary works of FF7, which I do, I have to add Sephiroth to that list. He is actually an interesting character to me, especially as he is presented in several of the other works, and how much he is fleshed out in those works. I would also go with Tifa. Tifa is probably the character who receives the most characterization in FF7 overall. She has the most complete overall character arc, and has lots of flaws, makes tons of mistakes, pays for them, losses, wins. She's got a very awesome character arc. So Tifa, Sephiroth, picking just 1/3 is actually difficult for me because there's a lot of other very interesting characters in FF7. But I think I'm going to go with Cloud, because even though, he's kind of overdone in certain other works, the fact of the matter is the whole dynamic between real Cloud, Genova Cloud, and fake Cloud, and when real Cloud, and real Cloud's nature of basically being a loser and rising up despite being a loser, It's actually really awesome when you think about it, because Cloud is a nobody who was handed the tools to be somebody, and he actually did what a true hero would do, the two archetypal definition of a hero. He actually rose up and actually accomplished something from nothing. He rose to the challenge despite the fact that he was not a hero material. He was not some brave, strong, amazing person. He was just some nobody, loser, coward, whiny crybaby who rose up despite that to actually do something. And I think that's really awesome, personally. You may disagree with me if you wish, but you're wrong. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He was absolutely not a warrior of light. He was an idiot. He was what Hope should have been. I like that it did. He was what Hope should have been in FF13. That's a great way to put that. Bonus points go to Hojo. I shouldn't have to explain why. And Zack, because Zack is amazing. He really is an awesome, awesome character. So let's move on to FF8. Of course. Worst possible RNG. Let's move on to FF8. Favorite character by a huge margin in FF8, Laguna. Don't even have to think about it. Laguna is such an amazing, awesome character. In a game, hey Darkrai, in a game that generally fumbled the ball when it comes to characterization in the localization of FF8 here in English, Laguna somehow manages to shine in FF8 so much. He is such a wonderfully lovable idiot. And I absolutely adore Laguna. He is such a fantastic character. That would be so awesome, Luxia. I mean, I know Brian Blessed hasn't been doing that much lately, but he can still do it. You know. So yeah, Laguna is absolutely my favorite character in FF8. No question, hands down. He's awesome in every way. I cannot possibly speak enough praise of that character. Now picking two more favorite characters, that's actually a little tricky. However, if we consider Dissidia and Kingdom Hearts into the mix, because remember, we said Ancillary Works, I will put Squall as my second favorite character in FF8. Because the real Squall, the introverted Squall, the Squall who is a actually complicated individual, he's a cool character. I just think he was very poorly represented in the English version of FF8. And that's one of the things I would like to have fixed in a proper remake of that. A third favorite character, that's getting tricky in FF8. I have to admit, I don't really like that many characters in FF8. Why is it not... Oh, gosh darn it. My parents are tipsy. Alright, now for about a 3-minute break. This will give me a moment to really talk about this. So, hey, you know what, Kay? If I ever do Operation, Bellhammer, I'll put you on the list, buddy, I promise. Darkrai, by the way, happy anniversary. I actually agree with that, absolutely, Samurai. Yeah, Kane was off doing his own thing, so he wasn't really there. And yeah, Laguna really helped salvage that story. Still one of my favorite scenes in Dissidia Duodecim, in the main story of Dissidia Duodecim, is the scene between Laguna and the Cloud. A third favorite... I'm not sure I can pick a third character I really like that much in FF8. I gotta think about that. Why did I move on to FF9? Let's move on to FF9. Because now it's difficult again. Kuja, first pick. Immediate. Without question. Then it gets tricky. I'm one of those weird people who is a big proponent of Steiner. I actually had several discussions with several of my friends who hated Steiner. And I'm like, dude, no, Steiner's amazing. Nope, Darkrai, today is the 5th anniversary of my show. Happy anniversary, man. 5 years. So, I'm really, really, really tempted to put Steiner up there. So we got Kuja and Steiner. Now, the third one's really tricky for me. See, the thing is, 9 is like 6 for me. There's so many great characters, it's really hard to pick 3 characters. Yeah, exactly, Thanatos. I have that exact problem. But I have to go with Vivi. I have to go with Vivi. His character arc is a little obvious, but very well presented and very well crafted. So, yeah, no. Steiner, Vivi, Kuja. Actually, I did have one friend who that was the exact problem to Koda. In fact, I had one friend who disliked Steiner so much he put the game down, like, literally about an hour of gameplay before he would have reached the moment at which Steiner's character arc starts going somewhere. And I'm like, "No, keep playing! Come on!" Yeah, seriously, Samurai. So let's move on to FF10. Favorite character in FF10. Can anyone guess it? I said this during the marathon. Some people didn't believe me. Some people thought I was joking. But can anyone guess my favorite character in FF10 right now? It is not Orin. It's not Jekt. It was Wakka. Although Orin, Wakka, and Jekt would be my 3 favorite characters in 10. Like, hands down. Those 3 just boom, boom, boom. The Zod jokes. I don't remember who specifically was the person who picked for Tidus to be named Zod, but, man. But yeah, that's such an easy choice for me. Wakka has a complete character arc over almost the entire game, concludes when they fight Unalesca. So it's like a huge character arc across most of the game. Orin, I shouldn't have to explain why Orin is awesome. Jekt is a weirder one, but Jekt is another example of a true hero. Someone who started off as a drunken, lazy, selfish bastard, and who rose up from that to actually to accept the call, to be a hero. And ended up laying down his life, or at least intending to lay down his life, and then actually laying down his life later on. So, wow! That's horrifying. Hey, Star Wars Gamer. Happy anniversary. Okay, so that's some of the worst RNG I've ever seen in here. I haven't saved in a while. Please run, Gal. Please run, Gal. Please. Jesus Christ. I don't have any Phoenix down. I should have 1 Phoenix down on me. I don't have a Phoenix down. I don't have a Phoenix down. Right. It's gonna be fun right here. FF12. Ooh. You can count Gilgamesh. Actually, no, you can't, because it's the same Gilgamesh. You can't double dip on a character. Because I'm pretty sure you and I both already picked him for 5. Galuf, Gilgamesh, and Extet for 9 for 5. 12 is a hard one for me, though. As I mentioned before, I actually like all 3 main characters a lot. Ash, Balthier, and, Captain Bosch von Rosenberg. I never remember the whole name. All 3 of those main characters are actually pretty awesome, though. Yes, Oldman. Although not my best times. I'm doing so terribly. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Nope, I need to get the weapon first. That's very important. Sort of Dragon Cat, but not really. We're playing the SNES version. Excuse me. Ugh. Get stuck on the terrain. So I'm gonna have to go with, if I can only pick three, Vane is absolutely on the list. Aside from him hulking out at the end, his character is basically perfect. Um, so Vane, Balthier, and I think I'll go with Bosch as my third. I was actually very torn between Bosch and oh my god. Hang on, I'm gonna concentrate for a second. This is by far the hardest part of this run for me. So wish me luck. And I'm already behind. That's how ridiculous this is. One, two, three. There we go. First try. I'm actually going to save. I've had several close calls on that. And this is by far the trickiest, riskiest part of the entire run right here. Okay, so yeah, FF13, Zaz, just full stop. Can I just pick Zaz? I mean, we only picked 2 for 8. Yeah, I think we'll just go with just Oz. That sounds good to me. Judge Zecht. Okay, this could be bad. This could be bad. This could be bad. Oh, really? Waste my time here. Tunnel armor! First FF I played was Final Fantasy. The first one. Damn it. I actually lost time on that. Of course, I was having really bad RNG on those encounters. God, I am so far behind. I might literally not beat 140 with this. Yes, on the original version on the NES, when it came out, actually. Yeah, it's a game that has not aged well. We'll put it that way. Put it as nicely as we can. I honestly don't remember if I played Dragon Warrior or FF1 first. But I played both at roughly the same time. It was actually when I discovered I was interested in RPGs, believe it or not. Was those 2 games. Yeah, you gotta say it right, it did. Bannon! Man, FF4 was just something else. It's actually funny. So many people look back at FF4 and say, oh, you only like it because of nostalgia. Oh, it's a terrible game. A lot of people tend to forget that one of the reasons FF4 was so great in the day was because it was so new. There basically was not a game that was really doing what FF4 had done back then. For a lot of people, it was the beginning of, you know, great RPGs. And I would argue, with the proper remake of the DS version, the game does hold up quite well. I do require it the proper remake, though, or at least the GBA version, because the original version, the actual SNES version, does have some pretty significant issues that are indicative of its time. This has been my worst Kefka race ever. Look at those times. That's not true. Remember the one I did alongside Gary when he was visiting? And I died twice? Quite a ways into it, and so started all over. Well, that's kind of exactly what happened, Thanatos. A lot of them had been inspired by the much more simple NES RPGs, and it said, we could do that. I do not own a PS4, Dragon Cat. So that should answer your question. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. So by logical default, no. It is not on PC, and in fact, there's not even word of it coming out on the PC. Which is strange, given how Square Enix has been shoving everything onto the PC lately. In fact, for that matter, the FF12 remaster has not been mentioned to be coming out on the PC either. Which also makes me kind of go... So I have a question for you guys. In fact, could anyone do me a favor and set up a straw poll for this? Do you want me to keep streaming FF6 today? Or do you want me to cut it off after the Kefka race is over? If I keep streaming, I will keep streaming FF6. I'll go ahead and tell you that right now. If I cut it off, I'll go and start working on some other things. I actually have a rumination plan that I was going to get started work on. This is some of the worst encounter rates this whole time I've been having here. Thank you, Samurai. Everyone go voot! I was about to say something, I can't remember what it is. I can't remember. The game I'm working on right now, by the way, for anybody who's curious, is a game called This War of Mine. Would be the next thing I was going to work on. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Anyone here want to hear a super controversial statement? Super controversial? Like, mega controversial, you might even say. Alright, here you go. Super controversial statement. Also, make sure you're going in voting. So here's the controversial statement. If money was not a consideration, and copyright was not a consideration, I would basically do all of my show live. None of my stuff would actually be on YouTube aside from pre-record. I wouldn't do any pre-recorded stuff, in other words. I wouldn't do features. Like, for example, the Voyager stuff. I can put an episode of Voyager back there, behind me. So I would actually watch the episode and comment on it and talk about it live as we go through it, rather than giving you my thoughts afterwards. Same with Babylon 5, same with my ruminations. I would just play through the game and talk about them live, rather than, you know, rush through the game as fast as I possibly can, cheating when available, and then talking about it, you know, in front of a camera. But there are two big problems in the way of that. One is money, and the other is the copy wrong issue. God, I'm already over my time. You would be surprised how many of my YouTube viewers would hate me for that, Dakota. Or maybe you wouldn't. I get plenty of people who tell me that, like, I have had people passive-aggressively tell me that I should just do ruminations and nothing else, for example. Kind of in an insulting tone, actually. Oh, who's this Moogle? Did we get Mog already? Oh, I absolutely would lose income. That's why one of the reasons why I say the money thing would be an issue. Actually, fun little factoid. Some of you may not even be aware of this, but before Half-Life 2, I didn't replay the games that I was talking about. Every rumination that happened prior to Half-Life 2 was purely from memory, nothing else. I just find that factoid interesting. After Half-Life 2, I actually polled my viewers at the time and said, do you think I should start doing this, you know, as a regular thing? And people said, yes! So I started actually, So I started actually replaying the games before rumination. Has everyone vooded, by the way? I don't even remember why I replayed Half-Life 2. I had, like, another reason for it, and I don't remember what that reason was. And then I replayed it, and I was like, oh my god, I gotta do the rumination on this, like, right friggin' now. Hey, Silver Dragoon. Happy anniversary. Everyone go voot! We're cutting this off pretty soon. Or we're gonna lose. Remember, there is a 1 in 9 chance to just plain lose to Kefka. Damn it. Can't believe I got caught by that. It is the 5th anniversary of the show, Dragoon, yes. Whoop. Thank you, Dragoon. Like a voot! This is it. Bets on if Kefka will... Oh no. Oh, that's bad. Okay. It's okay, I can figure this out. I will start working on my next rumination order. I already know exactly which rumination it is and what I'll be doing for it. So yeah, this is why getting caught by that guy is really, really, really bad. So yeah, for those of you not aware, based on the way of Kefka's AI is working, I just have a flat 1 in 9 chance to lose, and there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. So we'll find out how this works. Whoops, 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 whoops. Also, if I do this, and I'm not sure I'll be beating my 140 time count, that's pathetic! This is the worst Kefka race I've ever... That's not true. I've done much worse than this. Really? Really? You just had to kill Terra, Kefka. How apropos. Is that the anime, Dragoon? And there's 140. I officially didn't make it. By 3 seconds. Oh my god. Hey, Galtori. Woo! Delayed Hoyt. Also, go Voot. Everyone go Voot. If you haven't Vooted, this is officially the moment of everything. I'm gonna finish ordering breakfast because I've had this sitting back here for a while. I didn't want it to show up in the middle of the run. Yes. Covered. Yes, it will end in fire. Can I go ahead and answer the truth on that, Darkrai? Oh, gosh darn it. Go and get rid of that. Yeah, save the splits. Alright. The voice I picture when I hear that is my own. I have been doing Kefka's voice since I first started playing this game. That's not a joke. Even back when I was first playing it on this NES with my friend Vincent.
Thank you for ordering Domino's. Stay tuned.
Shut up! I was still doing the voice acting for Kefka. Wait, what? What? It wasn't that big of a surprise that Ansem wasn't Ansem. I hate to say that. Well, it's kind of lunch at this point. Alright, so let's watch this video. How long is this? 75 minutes long. Well, you're going to listen to me. We're going to do a reaction video. Hopefully nobody will try to sue me here. Hey, I'll shill as much as I have to if it means I can start ignoring the money side of things. Okay, so this is the epilogue, right? Samurai? I'm going to assume. Ow. I mean, I know Maleficent is involved because she was in the other thing. Do it, Darkrai. Give in. Unchained Zero? What? We're voting, okay? If you haven't voted, it's your own fault. Okay, I get it. Stop flashing between scenes. I will stab you so hard. There will be infinite stabbing in your future. Oh, look, some dandelion scenes. That's cute. Ah! Hang on. I was not expecting a donation in the middle of that. From Myron! No! Yes, I completed the run terribly. I was like 6 minutes behind. It was absolutely awful. One of the worst runs I've ever had. Not the worst, but that's just because I've done even worse than that. What? Hey, Daniel. Happy anniversary. Sorry. Vampire Rumination, Bloodlines, etc., etc. Yeah, I've already done it, actually. I've already recorded and everything. It's coming out, looks like September 16th. So there you go. Someone link Myron the Voot really quick, please. I don't have a PS4, Oldman. Wait. Okay, that makes sense. I get it. Cool. Um, that's actually kind of what I've been presuming for a long time, actually. It's still, that of course still leaves certain things in question, but whatever. I'm gonna click the Voot here now. Wow, that is a lopsided vote. Holy crap. I'm kind of in shock there. Where's... Ugh. Whoops. I figured more people would want me to go get working on my rumination stuff. Honestly, I wouldn't even let you guys choose, and I would work on the ruminations if I thought there was a chance in hell I would get all three I want to get done. Let's see, by Wednesday done. Which actually, maybe... I don't think it's likely I'm going to get 3 videos done by Wednesday. I'll keep streaming a little bit. How's that sound? Just a little bit. It was the will of destiny, Takoida. Hey, Fakey. Happy anniversary. So, by the way, Samurai, I'd just like to say, totally freaking called it. With regards to the whole digital thing. Although I didn't realize that... So, Unchained is the digital representation, and people within the digital representation are dreaming about the actual thing that actually happened, which was the browser one. It's a nice way to do that, though. Holy crap, it's PAX! It's PAX again! That's all you guys want from me, right? An FF6 stream nonstop. By the way, if free time suddenly started happening in my life, yeah, right. Do any of you like the Archie and Gaia theater feature? I know there's only been like 4 episodes. So, you know. You know. Anybody? I know one of my viewers likes it, but only the one. Don't tempt me, Myron. Gary and I have talked for several times about how I should do a 24-hour stream someday. And if I was going to, it'd probably be FF6, let's be honest with ourselves. Hi, Celis. Yeah, the Paper Mario thing. Okay, so I've had an idea bouncing around in my head. I want to finish the Paper Mario Theater, and the problem is it's just a huge time sink. It's fun. I love doing it. And I would really, really like to keep going back to it. But the problem is it's such a huge time sink, and you know how the YouTube viewers are, and they're like, "Rah!" Whenever I don't come out with a new rumination. So I've kind of been focusing on the features for now. Yes, I'm resentful, but yes, that one. So we should bring Kutan with us, right? That's a great idea. What am I doing? I'm doing you. I actually don't have a lot of good choices here, so we'll go with this. I'm also super low level. This is going to be fun, because I am so ridiculously underleveled. Anyone remember when I hit the floating con at level 18 during one of my speedruns? I remember it distinctly because the Gawas were here for that, and they kept calling me absolutely crazy because I kept refusing to level and kept pushing further and further into the game, and they're like, "What are you doing?" Anyway, so I've had an idea for a while now. If/when I get the ability to actually finish the Paper Mario theater run, I kind of want to do... That's not what I'm talking about, Darker. That was a special circumstance. Back when I used to release the theater stuff, or the then and now stuff, I would get people bitching about the fact that I didn't have a rumination that week. And then I would have people doing comments like, "When are the ruminations gonna come back?" After it's been literally 7 days. Or excuse me, I'm saying that wrong. 9 days since the last rumination went live. It got old. I know people are people and blah 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 blah, but god damn. Anyways, so and the WoW lore run really shouldn't have... it wasn't... Basically, the WoW lore run wasn't actually the blame for that. There should have only been about 3 weeks of no feature content because of the WoW lore run. The move in the middle of that is what caused that to become an issue. So it wasn't actually the WoW lore run itself. I can see why people would think that. Because, you know, duh. Anyways, so one thing I was thinking about doing, you know, if and when I ever finish the theater run, is shifting it to... Basically, I would probably tap some people and doing a theater run of FF6. And what do you guys think, basically? I'm just going to stop the sentence there. Yes, Myron. Although, actually, fun fact, as much as I hear more or less lots and lots of complaints from the YouTube side about streaming, I never have heard a complaint on the streaming, a legitimate complaint on the streaming side about the YouTube side of things. This makes me wonder a little bit. A theater run? Well, there's this thing called Paper Mario 2: The Thousand-Year Door. Oh, right, sorry. And it's something that you go look at, and it would be that. That's what it would be. Although I might try to get some other people to do the voice acting for it, instead of just myself. Because there's a lot of characters in FF6. And I don't have that much range. Hey, DX Phoenix. Happy anniversary. Thank you, Mikes. Appreciate it. Probably Dragoon. That would not surprise me. What I would, like, in an ideal world, I would want, like, a full voice cast. As in, any given person only voices, like, at most 2 or 3 characters. Like, I could voice a couple of characters, and I have enough range to kind of, to do more than one character. I would, dibs on Kefka, by the way. But, you know, I would actually prefer it if there was another, you know, if someone else was doing Edgar, if someone else was doing Sabin, if someone else was doing Locke, and so forth. I don't know how feasible that is, though. I'm not... If I was, like, the size of, say, Angry Joe or Boogie29, or, you know, if I was bigger, in other words, I would actually have, like, tryouts. I'd actually set up a thing somewhere where it's like, here, toss a voice clip here of a character you feel like you can voice act. Here's the characters we're still looking for, you know, for voice actors for, you know, that kind of a thing. But I don't really have that kind of reach. Just use audio from Dragon Ball Z. Probably Myron. A southern voice? You know, I could picture Bannon having a southern accent. A southern drawl, you know? Thank you, DX. Like I said, it's kind of understandable. I'm sure the people who complain on YouTube either aren't actually viewers. In other words, they're just people who are, you know, not patrons and therefore, you know, not really contributing and therefore just like to complain's sake, or are people who don't like the streaming side of things and therefore only care about one of my features, you know, the ruminations, for example. I did do a Tor playthrough, a Let's Play, yes. Umaro? Well, have you ever heard Frank Welker? Or wait, am I saying the right guy? I think I'm saying the right guy. Frank Welker, the guy who places like Abu, for example, in Aladdin. Now, some of the I would be really picky with some of the roles. Like Gestalt, you need a very particular form of cold, Tarkin-like voice in order to do Gestalt, for example. Whoops. Actually, no, this is where I want to go. That's not what I meant, Samurai. I'm pretty sure it's Frank Welker. But he just does animal voices, and he does them actually really, really well. So he would just be like... Oh, excuse me. If I were ready. For anybody curious, I would of course be doing the GBA version. I would have no choice on that matter. I absolutely would have to do the GBA version. There's no possibility of doing anything else there as far as I'm concerned. Case. Because the whole point is, you know, the story, the dialogue, and the dialogue is just so touched up in the GBA version. It's not even funny. So, yeah. So, just because I'm thinking about it, and I'm curious what you guys would do. If you had to pick, like, yes, it's very weird. Unless you're talking about from the EU, where they're fleshed out a lot more than in the movie, in which case, totally understandable. Then again, one thing we've learned is that small characters with small roles tend to get much more popular than they otherwise should be. Boba Fett is a good example of that. He has an extremely small role, really, in the movies. And, like, what, 2 speaking lines? One of which is, he's no use to me dead, and the other is, ah! So anyways, that's very logical based on that premise alone. So if you were looking at FF6, if I was like, you know, you person who I'm talking to right now, you're hired. We're doing FF6. Which role would you pick? what would be your preferred role to voice act? And I say that in a way because you have to kind of balance who you want to play and who you think you can play, if you know what I mean. Like, I would love to play Gestalt, but I honestly don't think I have that in me. Gestalt is just such a cold bastard. So, at some point I'm gonna have to start fighting stuff. But not today. Like, I say I can do Kefka. I actually have confidence that I can do a pretty decent Kefka. I've been doing it for years. Hey, Lucian. Happy anniversary. Gestalt was the Tarkin-like character. Well, that's how acting works, right, Theodoricus? Locke is level 9 still. No, FF9 clearly ripped off of FF6. FF6 totally ripped off FF9. FF9 should sue. Shadow does have a few lines of dialogue, but only a few. Whoever did voices for Shadow would also have to do voices for Shadow before he became Shadow. I actually don't remember his name. Clyde, I want to say. Okay, Darkrai. Random Villager number 19. I actually used to have a friend who I haven't talked with since school, who used to do a perfect Ultros voice. It's a shame because anytime I hear Ultros' lines now, I picture it in that voice. It's kind of like Wario's voice, to give you an idea, but it's not quite there. There's a unique twang to it. I suppose I'll answer the same question myself. Who do I think I could play with confidence? I can do Kefka, absolutely. I could probably pull off Setzer. I'm not sure there's anyone else I think I could do with absolute confidence that I would put in a really fantastic performance on. Oh, congrats, Lucian. Hope you enjoyed it. You know what? We need this match. Although this is an absolutely terrible place to level. Most places are terrible places to level. Oh my god, that killed me. Yeah, I did a full premiere run. It was actually our first premiere run ever, was of Inquisition. Would you believe I've been called a massive hypocrite for that, by the way? And the fact that I plan to play through Andromeda, I've been called a massive hypocrite. was actually thinking about Leo. I'd like to say I could do Leo, but honestly, I would struggle doing Leo. I don't have much of a military tone to the way I speak. And there is a pretty big difference between military tone and boring, you know. I could probably do Umaro. Legitimately. Hey, the Rud. We've actually already finished it. It's a yearly tradition that I just started. It's not actually a tradition yet. On the anniversary of the creation of this show. So let's see, we've got females with speaking roles. Terra, Celis, Realm are the big obvious ones. Rachel has several lines. Elaine has a couple of lines. Shiva has a few lines. Hey, Sile dear, happy anniversary. Man, I don't know. Oops. Run! And I'm like running through the whole game in my head now really quick. I guess there's Katarin. She has some speaking lines too. She's supposed to be 16 though, so. And there's actually several young girls who have lines in the game. Please explain FF6. It's a great game. It's the best game ever made. Any questions? I have done a rumination, a marathon, another rumination, and a lore run of this game. Hang on. Hey Deutsch, happy anniversary. Controller. There it is. So Deutsch, who would you voice act in Final Fantasy VI? What'd you think of it, Saldir? Did you hate it? 'Cause that's what I'm expecting. You're gonna say, "Oh, Arsh, hated it. Screw you." Don't do it, Deutsch. Whatever Samurai's about to show you, Whatever's in that trench coat, don't look at it, Deutsch. Don't look at it. It's like the Ark of the Covenant. God, I hate 80s gigas. And just a sec. Also, we already passed Kefka Jungle. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it, Lucian? And they're dead. I was about to say something, and it's like gone now. That doesn't matter much. Have I played Warframe? No. Not to my knowledge, anyways. Mog. I always picture Mog as having a Brooklyn accent. I don't know why. Just kind of... I can't do Brooklyn. You know, hey! Kind of like a goblin from WoW kind of an accent. Wait, what did you link, Samurai? Yeah, whatever. I don't remember what setup I was doing here. There we go. Okay. I'm yuck. I can't do it. I can't do it. You bastard. Maybe it wasn't in episode 3, Saldir, but... And I really don't want to spoil it, but basically it's the moment when you know stuff has gotten very, very real, and he's completely and utterly trapped without the tools that people in Back to the Future usually have access to, and has to deal with the fact that he's lost forever. And try to... Basically, all of the things that characters in Back to the Future in the movies always had to deal with problems are taken away, and all of a sudden it's just, you're on your own, have fun. And it was just like, oh my god. Farewell, Love Disney. Forever. Oh, come on, really? You know the drill. So I don't know about you guys, but where I'm from, you celebrate an anniversary with cake. C-A-E-K. I got some cake. Oh, I definitely have not played that match. Oh my god, seriously? Run, you cowards! Run! Oh my god, run! Why won't you run? Cyan! No! No! Okay. Oh. It's all good, Darkrai. Have any of you, none of you have actually done voice acting work, have you? The way you normally do it is you put together like a demo reel of you doing different types of voices you think you can do. It was iPlay, and then I failed miserably, so I decided to keep going. And now I'm eating chocolate cake. Ramu would definitely need a voice actor. He's got a lot of lines. You know what's funny? We'd have to actually solidify pronunciations of names, so everyone's saying the same pronunciation. You don't want a sabotage situation, do you? No, Django. I have too much work to do. But I'm going to continue until a certain point. I'm kind of with you on that, Salder. On both points. Traitor. I'll never forget it. Ephemer. Yeah. Also, Luxu. Right? Right. So whenever I say Luxu in the thing, you're okay with that, right, Samurai? No, I'm kidding. That's true, Salder. I did. I am Luxu, Irada, Lord of the Burning Legion. So let's go down the list here, shall we? Terra, Locke, Celis, Sabin, Edgar, Cyan, Kefka, obviously, Ramu, Maduin. I would accept Maduin. That's just a slight difference, and that's like that can be explained away by accident. Lol, true good. Static? Do you mean white noise? Because those two are wildly different problems. I have never had static problems on my Blue Yeti. I've had white noise problems. That's why everything's off in my house when I record. Trying to think of other names that would require pronunciation. Gestall, obviously. Ah! Well, thank you, Kirby. Or Kirky, excuse me. I said that wrong, Kirky. Oh. Ha! Well, Kirky, if you happen to be watching right now, thank you, and thank you for letting me know what's up with that. I appreciate the truthfulness thereof, and the information thereof, so thank you. What? I do? I do! Holy crap. Cake. Really, Darkrai? Well, then no, I have not had that issue. Ah. You don't like chin cake? I can make a really dirty joke right here. I'm not going to. Ah, crap. I cut the wrong crust. Oh, well. It's my own fault. Yes, I do. Yeah, Mark Hamill would be Kefka. There's really no question on that one. Hang on. Best line of dialogue in the whole game right here. I could absolutely see Paul Edding, Zero Samurai, do Gestalt, in all honesty. Past that, I'd have to think about it. Let me think about it for a minute. Well, we already have a good voice actor. I take it back. Mark Hamill would not be Kefka. I take it back. The guy who would voice Kefka is the guy who voices Kefka in Dissidia and Dissidia de Odessa. Similarly, I would also pick the actress for Terra from the Dissidias. She does a good job of it. Celis has a voice actress too, but that's in World of Final Fantasy. I don't remember who it is. Anyone remember off the top of their head? Absolutely, Dakota. Absolutely. Because it's definitely weirdness for weirdness' sake, but it still is well done and well executed. And serves a purpose, for that matter. Mog. Steve Blum for Mog. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, Arsh, you're just joking. Have you ever watched Gurren Lagann? There's a character Steve Blum voices in that. Just picture it. He's the mechanic, for those you don't remember. I don't remember his name. The mechanic. Yes, I am! I am right. Picture that voice from Mog now. Well, we're kind of already done with it, Saldir. It's when you race to Kefka as fast as you can. What do you mean, Darkrai? Define your question, sir. Yes, Psychotic, we can. Told you. But no, I seriously think Bog should have, like, the deep Brooklyn accent. Samuel L. Jackson. I'm sick of these frickin' Yetis in my frickin' caves. Well, Darkrai, this is pepperoni, tomatoes, jalapenos, mushrooms, black olives, and green bell peppers. Michael McConaughey is Cyan? I like that. Yeah. I can picture an Uther voice for him. I just realized we have another female character to voice. Madonna. I don't see a problem here, Dakota. No, I've heard Madonna's voice acting. It's terrible. She seems to think she can do British. She's wrong. Whoever voices Celis would have to be able to sing, by the way. That's actually a tricky thing with Celis, because whoever voices Celis would also voice Maria, I think. We don't have to do that, but that's the choice I would make. Mark Hamill as Ultros. Sold. I think Deutsch has it. Psychotic. Who voices Adam Jensen? Regardless, whoever voices Adam Jensen, for Shadow. Hey. What's up, Doc? Oh, my hero. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was just mashing A there. Whoops. Try that again. I was actually thinking about voice actors. And, like, wasn't even concentrating on everything. I was just mashing A while thinking about voice actors. Whoops. You know, this is probably typecasting, but I could see Tara Strong doing Realm.
Only you, my chosen one. Must I forget you, our solemn promise? Will autumn take place of spring? What shall I do? I am lost without you. Speak to me once more.
We must part now. My life goes on. But my heart won't give you up. Here I walk away. Let me hear you say, I meant as much to you.
So to be honest with you, I hadn't heard about Ultros being an FF15, so I don't know. I have no idea.
It's Ross looking for a dance partner. Leave our past behind. Our kingdom is adopting the spirit of the East.
If I ever do the FF6, you know, theater version, I want to voice everyone in the opera. I don't mean like Locke and Sabin, I mean just the actual characters. Well done, Kutan!
The survivors of the West attack!
Impossible!
Attack!
Wait! It's just one line.
Draco! I have waited so long! I knew you'd come for me.
Maria will finally have to become my queen. For the rest of my life I will keep you at my side. It is a duel!
Well, he's dueling Palpatine. He's hardcore. I wouldn't do that. Let's see if Maria can shrug this off. Oh, this is heavier than I thought. It'll take me like 5 minutes to drop it. You know one thing Nobuo Uematsu is really good at? Timpani. Exactly, Luxia. See, Luxia understands what's going on. He's got it. Why wouldn't he, Kay? He can estimate very accurately. You know what I would love for a voice for Ultros? Someone who sounds aristocratic and stupid. Like at the same time. That's hard. It's a hard balance to hit. But I would love it as that for a voice for Ultros. So I actually have a decent chance of dying to Ultros here, because I'm level 9. John Cleese could pull that off. Absolutely, I agree with that. John Cleese in his heyday for Ultros. I can't even do it. I can't do it. Can't even begin to do it. Damnation. This will be the death of me. Kinda literally. Let's do this. Ow. He kind of does come across that way, doesn't he? I'm really having trouble thinking of a good voice actor for Locke. I've been stuck on him for a while. Because he needs to sound kind of young, and at the same time very old. You know, tired, weary, worn out, etc. Hey, Zeiss. Happy anniversary. Here! Rots. Robert Downey Jr. No, he actually is old. Hey, Shiryu. What's up? Technically, we're past Kefka, as you can see. But people were like, no, keep streaming. So I said, okay. I guess I'll have my arm pulled to keep playing FF6. Sigh. Yeah, Robert Downey Jr. Well, this isn't a absolute, you know, blank check scenario. So Robert Downey Jr. would be cheap because he would be infinitely insignificant. Also, we'd need a voice actor for the Impresario. And I would love to have some kind of guy who, like on the one hand, I'm torn. Because the stereotypical thing is like the incredibly snooty, you know, restaurant manager. Like, anyone here see the first Ghostbusters film? You know, their first big gig with the guy who's like, we have a delicate situation and there's very valuable things. You know, that kind of a voice is what I automatically picture for Impresario. But that is, of course, the incredibly obvious and almost cliched answer. So, like, we'd need some... So we'd have to decide if we want to go with that or if we go something in, you know, in a different direction. Yeah, the hotel manager, exactly. Sean Bean. No, we haven't had Sean Bean as anyone. He would do... Actually, you know who I could honestly picture for Sean Bean? General Leo. Think about it. Oh, Kay got there too. We Brofist, Kay. Brofist. Sean Bean would... Have you heard the voice acting of the latest Civilization game? The one that's not even out yet, Civ 6? Listen to Sean Bean and the way he speaks there, and then put that voice into Leo's words. It just kind of slots right in there. Also, General Leo dies, but that's not what I was thinking. I legitimately was not thinking the Sean Bean dies thing. I think his voice would be good for General Leo. I really do. I have no idea, okay. John Hurt for Strago? Sold! John Hurt would do an amazing Strago. Gilbert Godfrey for Ultros! Ah! No. Actually, speaking seriously, I don't think Gilbert Gottfried would fit anybody. Actually, I have not thought of anyone I felt like either Jennifer Hale or Troy Baker would be good for. I'm a little underleveled. Okay, I'm a lot underleveled. I'm about 8 levels below what I normally am at this point in the game. Yeah, Baker's insanely versatile. All I gotta say is Gul'dan. The fact that Troy Baker did frickin' Gul'dan blows my mind still. I hate UK, because I can picture it, and it does kind of fit. I can't do an Arnold voice, but, you know. I'm trying to think of an Ultros line really quick. Nah, I'm going to jam up your opera! About, 10-ish, Maz. Thank you, Zago. Jeremy Irons. Actually, I know we were talking about Bannon earlier, but I could see Jeremy Irons doing Bannon. Retirement plan? Well, I don't have a gun yet, so... Tasty morsels! Let me get my bib! It works so well, it's scary. I hate you, Kay. You've ruined Ultros forever. I could also see Jeff Bridges for Bannon. I'd actually... I'd go with that, too. Who would voice, Chupon? Johnny Depp. You know Locke's friend, who has one line towards him when he tells Locke he needs... Oh, he actually has like 3 lines, but he tells Locke that he needs to get over Rachel and just move on with his life, and how Locke being present isn't helping Rachel recover. That should be Johnny Depp. Sylvester Stallone as Chupon. Fungajan! I can't even do it. You need to move on, mate. You been hasn't really helping Rachel recover now, is it, love? You know, I can't do a good Jack Sparrow voice, but just try to picture it there. No, no, go away. Go away, mouse. Oh yes, and if of course this is Kingdom Hearts 2, he has to say he sees no profit in for him like 50 times to make sure we get the point. Ugh. Key and Peele for Biggs and Witch. Why, Darkrai? Alright, hang on. So, speaking seriously, no joking voices. Hey, Nerdman. Happy anniversary. Who would be a good Edgar? Because he's a very key character, and he has a lot of dialogue, and he has kind of a weird balance in his characterization that he has to get across. He has to be the leader and the king, while still being the flirt, and also being the engineer, while at the same time being someone who is overwhelmed by the burdens he is covered by. Oh, gotcha, Darker. That makes more sense. I'm not sure I'm on board with Crispin Freeman. No, I am not, Nerdman. Actually, in all honesty, Troy Baker might not be a bad pick for Edgar. We haven't actually picked out a role for him yet. There's a new Batman movie? Oh my god, that hurt! Oh, that hurt! Oh, the pain! Please don't retaliate with rain like I know you're about to. Please. No! 7Y. Oh god, he lived. How much else does he have left? He's like 7 health. Well, we're trying to limit ourselves to people who are still, you know, capable of doing the role. It's funny how this fight is usually such a joke, and I'm like struggling with it because I'm so underleveled. There we go. Oh, maybe not. I haven't seen this phase in so long. Imp. Oh my god. I am actually not a huge fan of Nolan North. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. No, no, no! Not anymore, Nerdman. I used to. What's Matt Mercer done? I don't recognize the name. Well, Edgar just killed Sabin. We all saw that coming. No, 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 No! This is the epic battle against Ultros here. Oh my god, why are you not dead? You have, like, no health. I know you have, like, no health. There ain't no garden variety octopus. You dick! Did I just get... I did, I just got... Oh my god, do you know how rare it is that I get a limit break in FF6? It's like a 1 in ridiculous chance for that to happen. I so rarely see those, and I've played this game a trillion times. Did you see that? Also, best song of the game here. Yeah. If you're low on health, you have a 1 in, I think, 64 chance to basically just do a mega attack. There's ways to manipulate the RNG to force it to happen, but I don't know those off the top of my head. I cannot do a Golem voice now. Yeah, Desperation Attacks is what they're actually called, but this was the origination of the very concept of limit breaks right here in FF6. Whoa! Kutan has changed. Legitimately, despite having played this game so many times, I have never seen every character's Desperation Blade thing myself. I've only seen them in YouTubes. Like, I've seen a lot of them, but I have not seen every single one of them myself. Alright, so Vin Diesel... I wouldn't do Vin Diesel for Edgar, but I could see Vin Diesel for Sabin. I could also see Dwayne Johnson for Sabin. I think we all did, Kay. I think we all did. Yeah, Ewan McGregor was a big... There was a couple of good picks for Edgar that several people tossed out. I'd have to think about that. Have Vin Diesel do Umaro. That's just a cap to his voice acting experience.
I am Groot.
Who would voice Setzer, other than me, of course? Once again, we have a character who puts on this front of, haha, life is a game, and silly fun, and is actually probably, you know, just this really horribly mentally destroyed, depressed, despairing individual. Gilbert Gottfried as Terra. Saldir. No more information required. Actually, I could see that, Kay. Every time Johnny Depp actually bothers to be serious, he does get across some of that. Yeah. I could see that, Nerd. The gentleman who voices Praguin. Wow. Zigbar. Ian Glenn? I don't know who that is off the top of my head. I do, actually, okay. Alright, so imagine for a moment I don't know who that is, Shiryu. By the way, you know who I would get to do the music for this whole voice-acted FF6 version? Yoko Shimomura. Well, to be 100% honest, Kay, he's getting old. Like, my first step would be to walk up to Nobuo Uematsu and say, "Hey, you know, we're gonna do some new music for FF6," and he would probably say, "Awesome." And then I'd be like, "Do you want to work alongside it? Do you think this would work for you?" But I don't think I would put the burden of the entire FF6, you know, thing on just him. I have heard Elijah Wood's voice acting. Alright, Kuton is level 7 and junk. You know, whatever. We'll just leave her that way. Elijah Wood. We need a voice actor for Rebel Sympathizer here. Ethan Phillips should be the Rebel Sympathizer. Gonna toss it. A Kefka run is where you race until you beat Kefka, and then you keep streaming because your viewers ask you to. Oh no, if I was in charge of this and money wasn't an issue, I would go completely all out. Everyone would have a unique voice actor. Let me say that one more time with my best, where the hell? Oh, there it is. God, I can never think of his name. The guy who does the everyone line. Everyone! James Woods would play Hades, who would just show up out of nowhere. Feel the heat. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. It's one of the worst times I've ever done, Deutsch. I was actually ashamed of how bad it was. It was over an hour and 40, to give you an idea how bad it was. I don't think Nicolas Cage... I mean, Nicolas Cage can do a random NPC with 2 lines of dialogue. And no, this is it for the day, Zelda. Actually, no, Joe DiMaggio. Gary Oldman, thank you, Darker. Joe DiMaggio. He should be Gilgamesh, because he does a good Gilgamesh. And he should show up, he should show up. Like, if we do this thing and we have a proper voice-acted FF6 proper remake, Gilgamesh should show up in it as Gilgamesh, because goddammit. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Urban. So, For those of you who've watched my runs, you know that I have a Chimera run of 4, 5, and 6 all at the same time with one controller input. You may also know that I have reached a limit of that. I've never actually completed all 3 games all the way through. I've gotten pretty far, but I've never actually beaten all 3 games at the same time. This is the spot at which I was stuck at, if you remember. This fight. Because with the extremely limited tools I have available to me at this point in time, taking out these guys is crazy. Because they just hit like an absolute truck. But there is something you can do, and I'm going to try it. So let's start building up some runaway points here. Whatever, go for it. Come on. Damn it! So you can actually run away in between those transitions, which was what I was trying to do, but the problem was he killed off my other party members. So my bar wasn't full, and you can't run away if your bar isn't full on FF6. Take 2. See you around, Souther. You know, FF6 is weird, isn't it? It doesn't have a lot of secondary villains in it, does it? Goodbye, Salmon. I have no idea, Nerdman. See you around, Darka. This may be the moment at which we quit the run for the day, because I may be incapable of progressing past this point. Damn it. That was my big moment right there. See you around, Codex. Have a good one. don't think I've heard the NES version. Come on. Yes! Okay, we did it, guys. We did it. We beat the boss. Ooh, John Hurt for Sid would be really good. I like that. Hey, Rory. No, nothing new to cover. Well, that letter does make a bit of a difference in this case, Kay. Yes! And as you can see, that's a victory. Okay, so if I ever continue the Chimera runs, that's my strategy for that fight, now that I know how to pull it off. Now, I know I said Sean Bean would be a great General Leo, and I stand by that statement even though General Leo dies. But let me toss another idea at you. You know the one Imperial soldier who survives the entire game who doesn't even have a name? He should be Sean Bean. The one Imperial who lives the whole game should be Sean Bean. What do you think? Because I'm tired of people talking about that. And no other reason. Okay, I need to... No, not you. Not you either, actually. You. Yeah. Yes, there has, Psychotic. There's been several, actually. Let's say he actually lives in several of his roles. It's just a meme, because that's how memes work. Oh my god, that's right, I can't equip Celis. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I hate to ask this, what's going to sound like a very stupid question, but does Master Chief have any lines? Yes, Zeiss. Yeah, and Pierce Brosnan should be another Imperial. No real connection or relation, just, it's the jokes there if anybody figures it out. Alexander is absolutely the coolest. In fact, he's actually my favorite summon in FF7. I wish we saw more of Alexander, because he's freaking amazing. Apparently in 4, he talks a lot. Got it. I don't know. I haven't played through Typo still. Oh. They should be, Kay. Whoops. This one. Well, we all know Deutsch has terrible taste in games. I'm like, he likes... I heard this rumor. He actually likes Deus Ex. Seriously. No, we had someone perfect for Science. Who was it? It was someone else's idea. Oh god, Rory, that's terrible. Wait, guys, that's it. The guy who voices the Flame Boss in Mega Man X7. He needs a role. No, I'm kidding. Thanks, Luxia. Happy anniversary. Burn! Burn! Burn to the ground! And like the whole... He's a boss. And the whole boss fight, he just says, burn! 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 Burn to the ground! Burn to the ground! Burn to the ground! Burn! Burn! Burn to the ground! And that's all he says. It was an interesting idea, Darkrai, I won't deny that. I don't think it succeeded, personally. But it was an interesting idea. Oh, you asshole! The woman who plays Terra should play Terra. The one in Dissidia and Dissidia Duodecim. She does an excellent job, in my opinion. You know, it is funny to me. People make fun because Edgar and Sabin just carry everyone through this game. But it's so true. If I didn't have Edgar and Sabin, I don't know what I would do in so many of these fights at this low level. Bruce Brock's Lightner, that's actually a good question. We've seen him do voice acting, and we've seen him do acting. Ooh, I got a Rune Edge. The Figaro twins are basically the only reason this run is feasible. That wouldn't work though, Kay. Because the point is he needs to never talk to the player. The only way that would work is if you have cuts, flashbacks, where you actually, like, it's like, oh, this is what he was saying back then, you know, that kind of a thing. So while you're still building up the character, he can't say anything, you know? Okay. I'm actually genuinely worried about the next boss. This is gonna be rough. Now here's a weird one. Who would play Gao? Because Gao isn't really a joke character. Also, I need to kill Nerdman really quick. Well, if you want the literal answer, Psychotic, you got it from Figaro. Hey, Preacher. Burn! Burn! Burn to the ground! Burn to the ground! Do it, Zeiss. Do it. So you mean like when he's doing public appearances and those little video announcements he's talking, but when he encounters the party there's just nothing there? Because I could go with that. That would actually make it even creepier. Well, I was gonna say, oh shoot, I can't think of his name. Gollum, the actor, the motion cap actor, could totally do Gao. Actually, he probably couldn't. Gao is supposed to be extremely dexterous and agile and capable. Circus, thank you, Andy Circus. Yeah, agreed, Kay. He would have to be, like, acting as if he's talking with you, but he isn't. That would really add to the, what the hell? The recent Ratchet, Zagoten? Because I could see that for Gao. To my knowledge, there's at least 2 voice actors for Ratchet. I thought there were actually 3. Never, Nerdman! I will kill you. We didn't have anyone for Celis because we needed someone who could also sing. And we didn't come up with anybody. Alright, now the boss fight I'm about to lose. Can Jennifer Hale sing? I'm not recalling anything she's actually sung in. But I'm not exactly an encyclopedia here. Yeah, I know, right, Kay? I want to try something. Hold my beer while I try this. Except I don't have a beer. Hold my Canada Dry while I try this. Didn't think so. I'm gonna have to actually find my way through these. This is gonna suck! Okay, there's only so many things I can speak of off the top of my head without having to consult something's dice. Only a few. Well, you may be about to see me repeat that problem, Dakota. I am in a really bad way for this fight. Was that actually her singing it in Dragon Age Origins? Because I don't think it was. Hello, Silky Solutions. Well, I know Jennifer Hale does Aurora in the Kingdom Hearts series. I was actually thinking exactly that all at once. Although I completely forgot to equip it, it just occurred to me I still have Shiva equipped instead of... Well, I've got to save to make a second shot at it. The Arshipedia. I like that idea, actually. It has not aged well, but that's just kind of the nature of it, isn't it, Psychotic? I think a lot of FF6 has aged very, very well, but not this section. John St. John. Man, I am really torn on a voice actress for Celis. She's one of the most important roles in the entire game. She gets a ton of dialogue, she has to sing, and she has to pull off being simultaneous. She has to pull off being vulnerable, she has to pull off being depressed, she has to pull off being hopeful, she has to pull off being a freaking general. She has to pull off being a badass. She's got a lot of range that she's got to work with, so I think Celis is one of the trickiest roles to give away in this game. Like, Terra is very important, Locke is very important, but Celis hits more points than those characters do. Alright. Fun time! Whoops! Well, shoot. Well, I was doing that just last night, so Come on! I just had the potion lined up. Alright, I think I'm gonna let this be a death. I'm starting way behind. And I didn't realize Shiva would frickin' heal him. And I'm pretty sure I don't have any Phoenix Downs. Yeah, I don't. What, have Ash play? Oh, you don't mean her. Okay, so let's do what I meant to do last time and put him on Phantom. Honestly, I think their damage is better focused, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. And try again! Wait. Debate. None of these really help. See you around, Nerdman. Yeah, I'm really torn. I'm not thinking of anyone I think really perfectly fits Celis. I mean, I'm completely ignoring the fact that Celis is 18 and 19 in the story. I'm ignoring that. I just don't... I'm having trouble coming up with anyone who can do all the points that I would want from a voice actress for her. Ooh, what kind of dumplings, King Bubble? She could definitely pull off Badass, and I think she could pull off General, okay? I'm not sure if she could do any of the other requirements there. That's kind of what I mean, Roaring. It needs to be a talented actress who is talented at playing insert role A, insert role B, insert role C, and insert role D. Ow! I haven't played all of Witcher 3, so I can't speak to that. Female Hawk, she did a pretty decent job, I'll give her that. Although I usually hear her more sardonic. Speaking of, who did the voice of Arkham in that game? Because he did a really good job, and I'm not sure I've ever heard him elsewise. In Devil May Cry 3. Oh, no, sorry, King Bubble. Meat and potatoes and cabbage sounds awesome to me. I'm going to steal some, just letting you know. And then I'm going to eat them. But it's okay. Because they're mine now. And that's the part that matters. Adam Clark? Has he done anything else? You son of a... I still think the gentleman who plays Kefka in Dissidia and Dissidia Duodecim pretty much nails the role. And I would probably just go with him. We have not cast Arvis. He does have a decent amount of voice acting. Like a whole plate of them? Because that'd be awesome. Oops, oops, oops. Russell Crowe? I don't know. No, Steve Blum's already gonna play Mog. We're gonna do a very risky strat here. Farewell, Lich. I agree, Kay. I don't really do it perfectly all the time, but when I actually really put my effort into voicing Kefka, one of the points I try to make is the fact that he doesn't just sound like but he has a huge range of how he presents himself. Okay, we're having really good luck here so far. This might just be working out. I would also want to see Kefka portray injured and shocked, hurt. I don't mean like physically hurt, I mean like emotionally hurt. And then I would want to have him portray... And I know this is going to sound weird, but I would want Kefka to portray despair. Because despair, true despair, is actually a really hard emotion to emote vocally. But Kefka would need to. It would be mandatory. Okay. That went pretty well. Does he not... Am I thinking of the wrong boss? Because I swore this guy cast level 2 spells. And I thought I was basically painting a big target on my face. I don't know, in a speedrun I use a completely different strategy on that guy. Any predictions for Legion? More characters dying! Otherwise, not really. Ooh, Sculpius. Now that's an interesting pick. I wouldn't probably go for him for Kefka, but I think he could do it very well at a particular type of role. Legion is out in... Well, I could pull up the timer, but tonight, basically. Tonight at 3 my time. Although when it's coming out depends on where you live. And I don't just mean, like, you know, time zones. I mean, it literally has a different release date in Europe. Yeah, Wayne Pigram. That's his name. The man who sold us on Scorpius being a main character. No roaring. I have to be up early tomorrow to watch minis. And ow! Okay. Speaking of bosses that are usually a joke. Ooh! Miss Proudmore? Don't be afraid to level. Use the Magicite a bunch, Myron. Have fun with it. I don't know. I guess that's all I got, Myron. Oh! Don't be level 9 at this boss fight. It's my next big tip. No, I suggested, yeah, Adam Jensen's voice for Shadow. And for Clyde, for that matter. Okay, that was actually a little closer than I thought it would be. Pro tips for Legion. Yes, get it and play it. But who would play Black Hitler, Kay? I hope somebody gets that reference. Because otherwise that's going to sound like a weird non sequitur. Who, hang on, is Martin Freeman the guy who plays, Bilbo in the Hobbit trilogy? Oh, no, roaring. No, 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 no. Well, Lord knows I've thought more than once about a Final Fantasy TV series. Each season being a major arc of one of the FF games. I talked about that during the marathon, too. It's an idea I'd love to sit down and actually write out someday. Sorry, I'm still thinking, I'm going quiet because I want Martin Freeman to play a role, but I was trying to think of someone that I think he would do a good job of. I guess he doesn't have to be in it. But you know who does have to be in it? Benedict Cumberbatch. What, Sid? I don't know. Someone else mentioned a good choice for Sid. I don't remember who it was, though. Oh, that's right. It was John Hurt for Sid. That's right. And I agreed with that. Okay, so far you've lost me, Kay. um, this is a blank check scenario, Roaring. Alright, now you've lost all your audience, Kay. I mean, hell, 10 minutes for Undertale was something a lot of people weren't willing to put up with. Stab. Congrats, Ice. Also, I hate you. Do you have an X-Bones, Ice? Oh lord, I hate that feature in Braid. Oh, fair enough, Zeiss, fair enough. I wouldn't, because I use a real controller. Snob, snob. It's my world, Roaring. My world! Mountains of skulls and rivers of blood, and I will have my world! Sorry, I didn't want to go full volume there, so I kind of cut off a bit. Probably not, no, okay, or King. Speaking of which, it's time for me to stop streaming. So here, fun fact, I actually kind of figured I'd chop off at about there. Because I do have stuff to get done, unfortunately, today. And I do have to go to bed at a decent time, and I'm going to be busy all day tomorrow, so I'm going to pop out. I figured I'd lose at the Magitech facility. I didn't actually figure I'd get through that. One way or another, this run would have to stop right about the moment I reach the World of Ruin. I'm going to keep this save, though, because I kind of want to keep doing this in the future. I've never actually done this all the way to the World of Ruin and seen what it's like having Kutan, as in the Moogle, instead of Celis, and yeah, so anyways, yeah. So, peace. Anniversary, guys.